Well, you can still set it down for sure, Justin.
I just try not to do it too super tall or super hard.
Just when you pick up, I don't want you to accidentally hit the ground with the bottom of the monopod.
Or kick it.
Can I get you on that side?
No,
All right.
We'll be okay.
Johnny, we're going to square up. Rusko and I are squared up. What time do we got on your official countdown there?
I told the ladies like 12:55.
What time do we got right now? Okay. And is there audio on us right now or no? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2016 Professional Disc Golf World Championships. For our third round action, I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and I am joined here on this bright, beautiful, sunny day by Jeremy Rusko of Dynamic Disc. And Jeremy, we're always trying to push the envelope. That's what you guys are doing. That's what SmashBoxxTV is trying to do here. Tell everyone what's going on today.
Well, today we're the plans have gone back and forth. It was just going to be women, and then it was going to be men, and it was going to be women. And we are bringing two broadcasts today. We're going to cover the women, we're going to cover the men, and it's going to be the first portion of the ladies' round, and then going to switch over in full to the men's round with the bonus coverage of the women out here. So great things. You guys are doing amazing things, and at last minute able to put this together. Hope the viewers are excited.
We hope they're excited, and we hope that the technology is excited. We've had a few challenges, and we're going to do our best to bring you as much action as possible. As you mentioned, Jeremy, it's been a collaborative effort of trying to make sure that we appease as many viewers as possible. There's a lot of people that want to watch this great battle in the women's field, and the battle in the men's field is really no different. Everyone keeps talking. It's almost, I called it the Tiger Woods effect. Tiger could be down 12 strokes on any tournament. Everybody be like, but what about Tiger? Yeah. I think they're kind of saying that, what about Paul right now, sitting 5 strokes down to Ricky Wysocki, so we know people want the action from there as well.
Oh, for sure, and that's why it's so important to cover both the men and the women, is because everybody wants to watch it all, and in a perfect world, we'd be able to cover both the women's round in full and the men's round in full, but our budgets are limited. The players want the highest paying world championships in history, and we were able to provide that this week, which is a great thing for the players and a great thing for the sport. And it's amazing to have coverage of 2 different courses, 2 different divisions. So thank you, Terry Miller, SmashBoxxTV. It's going to be a great broadcast.
Well, and to further clarify on what the plan is, we're going to follow the women as long as we can. I'm going to be here. We're going to also have Robert McCall join us here on the commentary as soon as he completes his round. At some point, we're going to cut over and we're going to bring you the opening of the men's round. I'm going to find myself moving about the 12 blocks. Yeah. I'm not going to run. I'm going to get in the car for the air conditioning for a minute. I'm going to get over to the opening of the men's round, and then we'll have Robert here working along with our additional bonus card and coverage provided by Justin and the rest of the crew. So we're going to continue to cut back and forth as much as we can. We want to provide as much coverage as possible, relying on some of the additional equipment. what's really good is at the last moment we packed a few extra things along, including another way to be able to do this. So 2 cameras over at the country club, 1 camera here, and commentators from wherever we can take them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Well, again, Jeremy Rusko, thank you for the experience, for being here. We've had a great 2 days. Thank you to the PDGA and everyone else involved, including all of the volunteers that are out here and our SmashBoxxTV crew, and of course you, the viewer. So stay tuned. In just a few seconds here, we're going to get started with the women's lead card for round 3 over here at Jones East. Let's get to the action.
All right, here we go.
All right, let's go. And again, as everyone, just to clarify, we're going to follow as much as we can here with the women. We're still going to be able to cut back to them throughout the entire round and bring you the action. And we're going to also catch up with the men once they get started. So with the call over here at Tournament Central, let's get to it.
Okay, folks, it is 12:50, and that means it is time for our lead card to tee off. Leading the way from Madison, Tennessee, Katrina Allen.
And your current leader in Katrina Allen opens up here with a great drive straight down the center. She's looking for confirmation. I believe she's going to be short of the road, keeping her inbounds. Hole 1,
Next on the
355
pad, from Freedom,
feet.
California, Sarah Holcomb.
Our 2012 Women's World Champion, Sarah Holcomb, on the tee. And Sarah with a distinct advantage here on the forehand drive. Puts it up there perfectly. She's going to be short of the basket. She'll have to decide
Next
if that's
up, from Plainfield,
within putting range or not.
Gage Pierce.
And Paige taking an inside route. She'll be short of the pin. And rounding out our all-women's world champion card, in just a moment, we'll hear Valerie Jenkins
And
called off.
wrapping up our lead card from Bend, Oregon, Valerie Jenkins.
Valerie smooth and steady up the middle, and she's going to find herself safe as this parallels hole 18. Stay tuned. We're going to be back with you in a few minutes after a word from our sponsor as we move down the fairway here on hole number 1.
Hello, it's me, your pal, JC. I've heard your prayers for an improvement in your disc golf game. Well, JC here is going to go ahead and throw you a pretty big bone. I present the Traveler. It's an overstable driver by Full Turn Discs. Isn't it heavenly? It's the newest disc on the market. And you can take it from the highest authority that this is the disc. You're welcome.
Hole 1 gives the players a couple of choices right off the bat. Players can play wide left through more open territory or take a more direct route down the middle. The middle line is less distance to the pin but requires navigating more foliage than the left side of the fairway. However, the left side has an OB line the length of the hole, separating it from players coming back up hole 18.
Whatever it might be, or a shop owner, any of those, a lot of people think, well, you just disc golf all day, it's your job. And I got to tell you, I think I've played less than 3 rounds in the last 2 months or so. So the fact that you force yourself to get out there on a weekly basis, I'm very admirable of that. I used to do this when I ran a league on Wednesday nights, and even that I had to relinquish this year for the first time in about 20 years. And Val Jenkins is going to get into position. We're going to find her on the left side. We were waiting for just a moment as the group on hole number 18, that looks like I don't want to misspeak, but yes, I believe that's a Masters age or Masters eligible group over there, as holes 1 and 18 parallel one another. And what a shot by Val. She's going to have to be happy with a 3 here. Good start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this, you can't get too aggressive by trying to run at this basket, because obviously you go past the basket, you got a longer uphill putt, and Val just put it right up there next to the basket, which is exactly what she wanted to do.
I'll admit, yesterday I was a little surprised we saw Paul Macbeth in a similar position to where Sarah Holcomb is today, and he ran at it, and not only did he run at it, but he missed the comeback putt, starting his round off with a bogey, the first bogey of the tournament for him, as he played here so flawlessly the day before.
Yeah, but after that, looking at, he got the birdie on 2, on 3, he got the eagle 2. I think it got him a little fired up for sure, and went on to have obviously a pretty solid round.
And after some brief self-deliberation, Holcomb chooses her stance and ultimately lays up to within 2 feet of the pin. And Paige is in fact inbounds, approximately 5 feet short of the OB road. This is a similar position to where we saw Macbeth yesterday. And just a bit left, and a similar opening to what we saw from Paul. Paige is going to drop a stroke to the rest of the group here. And no surprise, Val Jenkins is in. One thing certainly worth noting here on this amazing card is there are 8 world titles combined amongst these 4 women. Couldn't ask for a better leader card.
Yeah, and again, that's why we wanted to make sure we got coverage of the whole round. And yeah, this is the world's best females, and it is going to be a showdown for sure.
Kat will be tapping in and will retain her lead. And we're through 1 hole here at Jonesy's. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to get into position, so we'll be back with you in a few moments after a word from our sponsors and a whole preview of hole number 2.
All right.
One of the more simple holes on the course, hole 2 leaves a wide open left side and a simple hyzer for right-handers around the trees to get in range of a birdie. A couple of small trees guarding the basket will knock down any shots with enough distance to test a strong putter. Wind gusts coming down the hill can attack players anywhere from the tee to the basket.
What does it mean to grow the sport? Some of us want to see it on TV. Some want to see big crowds of spectators. Maybe all of that will come true. Right now, I just want to get out and throw. I just want to watch my disc fly. Just me and the course.
And welcome back. We are here on hole number 2, measuring in at 300 feet. And we may be waiting for just a moment here as basket number 17 is certainly within earshot of us, and some of the competitors are going to in fact walk straight across hole 2's teeing area. Roscoe.
Yeah, for sure. We got wind left coming from left to right here, and this hole is 300 feet, but it definitely plays more like, I'd say at least 350, or maybe not quite that much, but it's one you definitely want to get. All these women out here want to get this one today, and somehow, some way, we're going to see all 2s.
I'd be willing to bet on that as well. Looking for some power shots, hyzers out and to the right with a left to right wind. And Cat's shot looks to be just about perfect. Played that very nicely again. The slight right to left push here by her driver. We're going to see a forehand, I'm guessing, by Sarah Holcomb. Holcomb looking for the wind to just push it toward the pin, and maybe short, but certainly a great angle.
Yeah, she's going to be happy with that shot, and definitely within a comfortable putting range, so expect to see a 2 out of that one from Sarah.
And the wind pushed Val's driver over. She was looking for that just with a hyzer finish. And it seemed as if the wind picked it up and carried it to the right. We'll see if Paige needs to make an adjustment from that. Fighting the wind coming back toward the pin. Should be left with a little bit of a headwind putt. And we're going to move down the fairway here on hole number 2. Again, measuring in at 300 feet. I would say certainly one of the biggest differences from what we've seen the past 2 days. It's been very hot and relatively calm winds, but today we're already feeling 15, 20 mile an hour winds out here.
Yeah, the winds really just picked up here, and I'd say the last half hour or so, and it's going to affect the scores of today's round. And as you saw with Val's shot, wow, the wind really got a hold of it and carried it more to the right. And also with Paige's shot, didn't allow it to track back to the left like I'm sure she was planning on. You didn't feel that wind behind the tee by the tee pad.
Somewhat protected by the same trees that we'll find later on hole number 17. And as we are waiting for a shot taking place over on the Jones West course, it's a perfect time to mention that there's 36 holes out here at this Jones course. And there's I should say at this Jones Park, there's a west and an east course. We have other competitors on the west course for the week, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, this Jones Park is just a beautiful park. 36 great holes of disc golf. The east course is longer. The west course is a little bit shorter, and there's a lot of great golf out here to be played.
As I look off in the distance, we can actually see over to what is our right, we see Des Redding, the 3-time women's world champion. She's playing in the Masters division, banging a long putt from at least 35, maybe 40 feet. Des, of course, one of the most solid putters of all time on the women or the men's division. So it looks like the Masters women are off on the right side here over at Jones West Park. And thanks to PDGAlive.com, we'll be able to check in with the scores, whether we're on this course or if we're with the men and we're checking back in with the women. We'll always be able to keep you abreast of all the scores that are taking place out here. And a long jump putt attempt there by Val Jenkins. Looks like both Sarah and Paige are getting into the routine. I believe Sarah's going to be next to putt. And as you mentioned, Jeremy, certainly within her comfortable putting range. That looks to be about 22 feet, maybe 25 at most. And she's going to have a little bit of a left to right crosswind for her as she's checking that right now. Solid putt by Sarah Hokum. It was about a year or a year and a half ago we saw Sarah Hokum talking about her 100 putts for 100 days. And I feel like since doing that routine in her off-season, her putting routine and efficiency has certainly stepped it up a few notches. And Paige Pierce. Paige, some may refer to her as 3-time world champ. Now we have to refer to her as 2-time ESPN star. We saw her last year get a hole-in-one, I believe at the Ledgestone Insurance Open. She was then featured on ESPN on the top 10, and then just a few days ago during the mixed doubles, we also saw her on the top 10. And Kat is in. Something about this Jones course, we've now seen both holes 10 and 11 featured on SportsCenter.
Yeah, I mean, that was, well, at least hole 11 sets up perfectly for ace runs and also a gallery. So that was definitely a special moment for the city of Emporia and for disc golf to get on ESPN. And again, it's just spurred even more shots to continue to get put on ESPN, which is amazing for the viewership.
It certainly is. We're going to move into hole number 3 after this whole preview and a word from our sponsors.
Notable for the red barn in the middle of the fairway, hole 3 is the first hole to allow players to unleash their arms. Kansas summers often have players throwing directly into the wind, amplifying the difficulty of this hole and punishing those who don't know their discs. The elevation drops off from the tee, but returns past the barn and climbs up to the basket on a green guarded by multiple mature trees.
Hey, it's Sarah, and you're watching live disc golf on SmashBoxxTV.
back here on hole number 3, 525 feet. Katrina Allen still on the tee. And throwing into what appears to be a near headwind here on hole number 3, making this 525 footer actually much longer.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get a 3 from there, but you know, you really want to put yourself either way to the left or way to the right, and unfortunately Katrina hit the tree, which is going to put her right behind the barn, and it's going to be a tough shot from there.
Holcomb fighting the headwind here with her forehand shot, which looks to be in a really good position. As you mentioned, Jeremy, you either need to be right or left of that barn, and if you're right of it, I think it sets you up best for the birdie. And Paige with somewhat of a smirk on her face as she knows she's fighting this headwind. As the winds continue to pick up here. And Nate Doss beeping or honking as he drives by as we're on the tee here.
With Al on the tee.
Val making somewhat of an adjustment here. Either way, it looks like she's going to have a long way to go between her and the pin, and the timing really couldn't have been better. Nate Doss obviously heading over to the Country Club course. So he's driving by on what I believe is I-35. Is that correct?
Yes,
so he's driving by on I-35, and then his wife is on the tee of the hole that's essentially closest to the interstate. I mean, that's a sign of some sort, as he honked when he drove by.
It's a sign of great things in Emporia. You can be going from one. You just can't. You can't miss anybody out here.
Well, we've talked about it for the last 2 days. We've discussed it on the podcast each night, which we'll again offer tonight, pushing it back 1 hour later to 9 p.m. But one thing that I keep reiterating is the city of Emporia not only embraces disc golf, but they just own it. I mean, everybody here knows what disc golf is. They know what it means to the community. And then they're so warm and welcoming to all of the players, to the competitors, to the staff and volunteers. It's a city that just, as the banner says, Emporia knows disc golf, and that's large in part by what you've set up here over the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a special community for disc golf, and they want to continue to see things grow and continue to push the envelope. And you know, we're having the World Championships here is a special thing.
And each of these women would have been, we'll say, a little bit more excited had they gotten another 30 to 100 feet here. But fighting into that headwind is going to make this an incredibly challenging approach for all of them. Yesterday there was a debate as to whether this was, in fact, a par 3 or a par 4. We saw Paul Macbeth make a long 50-footer. So some may just refer to it as a short par 4 or a long par 3. But either way, a 3 is a pretty good score here.
Yeah, I mean, you see that for the women here and for the average player, this is definitely a 2-shot hole. 2 great shots get you a 3, which makes you feel like you got a birdie, and that's, you know, there's a lot of discussion one way or the other, and regardless, at the end of the day, you got a 3 or you got a 4. It's all the same on the scorecard, whether it's a birdie or whether it's a par.
I think everything should just be par 10, and then so you could possibly come in with a negative 99 or negative whatever, if somebody did the math out there. Everybody likes to feel good in reference to par, but low score wins, and most fun wins. I think Steady Ed once said that. And Paige again gauging not only the distance, but what her strategy is going to be to navigate the remaining portion of this hill. It gets a little bit more steep during the latter portion of this hole. I think the sharp-edged driver she has is the way to go. She seems to have turned that over, but like Holcomb, gets caught up by a tree, and from there that'll just have to be a pitch up.
Yeah, tough approach when you got, when you're throwing uphill and you got a low ceiling, and you got to really thread the needle on it, and it's going to be a tough three for Paige.
And Jeremy, as we were moving down the fairway here of hole 3, I believe I saw a Robert McCall sighting. So at some point, maybe as we move over to hole 4 after this, we'll be able to welcome him to the show. We'll see how his round went. He said he was tearing it up the first 2 rounds, but I think our definitions of tearing it up are a little bit different. You mentioned that Katrina is going to have a very challenging angle, as she's going to have to go over the barn. It's a blind shot from her right now. She's only looking at maybe 200, 2.25, but she's throwing to an area more so than the basket that she can't see. And throwing up a hill into a headwind and controlling the amount of both speed and hyzer that is put on it. Very challenging. She's going to be left of the pin. She may have a long look at putt from there. And even from a coverage perspective, trying to give you guys an angle of both where Val is and where the basket is can be somewhat challenging here on hole number 3. And like we saw from Kat, she will be short and left. We're going to stand down for just a moment and give you a word from our sponsor as we move up the remainder of the fairway here on hole number 3. And a moment ago, we saw Paige Pierce approach from about 60 feet. Sarah Holcomb has just done the same. Gave it a really solid run from our vantage point. I thought that was going to go in.
Yeah, I did too. That's a long putt, really good run, and looks like we're going to have another four on the group.
And Val with a little bit of a jumper, as some may refer to it. She was outside the 10-meter circle. We'll go ahead and clarify that for you right now, that anytime we discuss a 10-meter circle, or just commonly known as the circle, we're talking about 10 meters away from the basket, which is approximately 33 feet. Anytime you're inside that 10-meter circle, you are not eligible to follow through with any part of your body until after the disc has come to rest. So if someone is outside that 10-meter area, they may throw, and you may see them lunge forward or jump putt, as we just saw from Val. But if you're inside that 10-meter circle, you are not eligible to do so. And Katrina is waving off a distraction of sorts in the background. It might have been actually the second card as they were moving down the fairway on hole number 4. And Katrina, who is normally very effective inside the circle's edge, is just short on the basket. And she'll also be settling for a 4. So we're going to see the top 4 women players in the world all challenged here on the 3rd hole. I think we're going to see 4 4s from them.
Yeah, back to that par 3, par 4 question. I mean, we got the 4 best women in the world out here today, and all 4 of them got 4s, and I'm gonna guess they feel like they got a par. So, it's an interesting topic, to say the least.
I would challenge most competitors to come out here, whether you're a top women's player in the world or any other skill level. Come out here and tell us what you get on this hole, moving into a headwind uphill at 525. And there you have it. We are through 3 holes, and you're going to be relieved of your duties as co-commentating. You've done a great job. We appreciate it. Everybody's kind of running around trying to make everything happen today, and for you to come out, join us with an umbrella here for me and the cameraman, Justin, as well as giving us some co-commentary. What are you going to run off and do now?
We're going to head out to the country club and make sure everything's going smooth out there. I'll watch a few more holes out here, and ladies are doing an amazing job. And actually, depending on how, I might stay out here the whole round. And just want to thank all the viewers for checking everything out, and encourage you to hit the share button on Facebook. Make sure that more and more people get exposed to the live broadcast here at the PDGA Professional World Championship. So thanks for tuning in.
All right, that's Jeremy Rusko. Thank you very much, Jeremy. We're going to stand down for a moment, and then when we come back, we'll be joined by Robert McCall doing co-commentary right here with the Disc Golf Guy. We'll be back in a few moments.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job. Go in. Oh.
For me, it's all about the exercise.
For me, it fits into my busy lifestyle.
For me, it's my passion.
For us, it doesn't cost much to play.
For me, it's fun.
Well, tonight we are continuing our welcome wagon for the World Professional Disc Golf Championships in Emporia. We have community members downtown chalking sidewalks, kind of all over, focusing on the 800 and 900 blocks in their own special way. Supports disc golf through and through, and it's one activity that Emporia is known for, and it's kind of that one of those unique activities that we're known for. And our community likes to go out and they like to watch the event. They like to come down for the block party. So this is just another element to get them involved and kind of roll out the red carpet for those visitors that are coming to our community.
Fear the water no more.
The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs, an incredibly easy-to-use tool that goes from storage to use in seconds and helps you keep your feet and clothes dry. After uncoiling the rope, hold the rope in your non-throwing hand, and just like throwing a rope to a person in the water, toss the retriever to the far side of your disc. Pull back slowly with the rope centered on the disc. Once it latches on, pull slowly to retrieve. The retriever is lightweight and compact with a sturdy construction and rust-proof powder coat finish. Includes 50 feet of durable rope. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are here at Jones East. I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, and now I'm joined by Robert McCall, just kind of giving him the rundown here. And Robert, you were with me yesterday. We appreciate all of your efforts. You were out playing again this morning.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's recap that quickly.
Yeah, well, if you're playing in the morning at the World Championships, that means you didn't play very well. As you said earlier, if your definition of tearing it up is playing very mediocre on some holes and bad on the rest, then yes, that's what I've been doing. Today's round it felt a little bit better. I was 1 under course par out at the country club through 12, and then the rest was not very good. So I think I shot 6 over in the back 6. It's a rough stretch of holes. But glad to be off the course. It's very hot out here. Glad to be able to watch these ladies compete today.
All right, well, we're going to get into position. You don't even know the entire story of how today's going to go down. That's why I was trying to give you a quick briefing. At some point, we're going to move over to the country club to cover the men's card, and then you're going to remain here along with our cameraman, Justin, and we're going to cut back to you and have you give us updates as to what's going on here with the women's card so we can kind of get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to expand our coverage as much as possible, thanks to all our Smashies and all our viewers out there, and to the PDGA and Dynamic Disc. So we're going to give you as much as we can. I think they're just about ready on the tee, or at least we'll move out of the way. Stay tuned. You're watching more live disc golf right here with the PDGA World Championships Leader Card of Pro Women.
All right. Okay, yeah, I saw today, and then I saw like
Great placement shot here by Katrina Allen on this 562-foot par 4, hole number 4. Sarah Holcomb's on the tee next. Unleashing a laser-like shot. Paige Pierce is on the right side, but carried about as far as she could with such a low disc. And very steady and smooth. Val Jenkins places herself over the water. She'll be in a good position, hopefully with a long attack of the pin from there. We're going to move down the fairway here. Sarah Holcomb will be first to throw, and while we do that, we'll be able to check in with some of the scores that you're seeing thanks to PDGAlive.com. And Hokum with the luxury of being able to throw a standstill forehand even at that distance. Looks to be a little low. I believe the wind may have knocked that down on her, what I believe was an Icon Outlaw.
Yeah, Sarah's shape right there was a really, really good shape. The crosswind just knocked it down a little bit. If this was not windy and she'd thrown that same line, I have no doubt she'd be pretty close to the basket. That was a really, really good shot from a standstill. These three ladies up here have thrown really, really good drives. Paige kind of turned around on the box after she threw, maybe with a look of relief on her face. It looked like that the disc that she threw stood up a little bit more than she wanted to, but I think it's going to put her in pretty much A1 position right here with a really clean look at the basket. And it looks like both Valerie and Katrina have put themselves in a good spot. Valerie actually has some trees in between her and the basket, and so looks like she's going to have to either throw a turnover under some low branches or maybe a hyzer. I'm not exactly sure yet. It looks like those are the options that she's lining up. Oh, and a forehand. That would be a very, very rare forehand from Valerie. She has an iconic, just consistent backhand. Looks like she's going to go with a turnover shot with looks like a rock.
And needing a very delicate touch as she's throwing an anhyzer into the wind. And it looks like that was right on line. However, it seemed to have stalled. I think the headwind got the best of her there. It looked like it was heading right to the pin. Again, just short due to the wind.
Yeah, Val made the right mistake to make right there. If you're going to make a mistake, you want it to be that you turned it over just a little too much, get shoved by the wind. If she didn't, if she threw that straight, there's a chance that it could go in the road out of bounds. And so Valerie made the veteran play through that rock. Looks like she's going to have about 40 feet, but she's got to look at a 3 instead of at best a 4 in the road. That was a very good shot.
And as you just mentioned with Val, Kat is looking at similar options as to whether she should be going out, maybe another disc swap. Okay, so same idea, just a different disc. I believe this is a fairway driver. And she does get a little bit of skip and carry in this longer grass. However, it looks like a release that was a little too low. She was just really trying to avoid the very first tree available and maybe overcompensated. A solid approach shot there by Paige Pierce. Paige throwing as far or maybe even further than what we saw from the open men out here yesterday.
Yeah, that's certainly farther than both of my drives were in both of my rounds out here. But it shouldn't be any surprise to anyone who keeps up with disc golf that Paige Pierce throws far. In fact, she probably throws farther than you. Maybe not if your name is, like David Wiggins or a bunch of those guys, but she can absolutely crush a disc. She's thrown a pretty good upshot to about 15, maybe 18 feet there. Sarah's got a little standstill forehand putter here. Gets a little caught up in the wind. Ooh, almost dunks it in the basket from about 120 feet out. Looks like she's going to have a tap in for on this par 4 fourth hole. And where Valerie had an option for an anhyzer afforded to her, it didn't look like Katrina had that option. She was just about 3 feet left of Valerie's putt. Now they find themselves at similar distances, about 40 feet.
And And Val somewhat adjusting her typical putting stance and routine there, looking for a little bit more putt. We'll see Kat with what has become now her signature putting stance and release. And again, needing more power. A lot of these players certainly a little tentative to getting the disc and the nose up into the air. They don't want it to carry far past the basket. And Paige is going to have a little less of a headwind, more of a crosswind here on this 15, 18-footer.
Yeah, if you put Paige's disc back in that spot and even moved Valerie and Katrina's putts up about 10 feet, Paige would still have the advantage because she's on even ground with the basket. Being downhill of this basket is a really tough spot to be. And the basket is a little bit higher than most other baskets. So she's definitely got an advantage here. Oh, and she just catches the left side chains and spits out. Not sure if that would have stuck all the time, maybe a 50-50, but she's not going to be really happy with that 4. But no damage done. That's going to be a par 4 for Paige there as we're going to tap out here. And Sarah Hokum taps in from about 8 feet. Valerie is in from 6, and the other 2 ladies should have relative drop-ins. Yeah, if you've got your bag on and you can putt, that's got to be pretty close to the basket.
Hole 5 is another par 4 where we saw some amazing shots yesterday by the open men. The women will be ready to go in a few moments as they're being 5.
Fear the water no more. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs. An incredibly easy-to-use tool that goes from storage to use in seconds and helps you keep your feet and clothes dry. After uncoiling the rope, hold the rope in your non-throwing hand, and just like throwing a rope to a person in the water, toss the retriever to the far side of your disc. Pull back slowly with the rope centered on the disc. Once it latches on, pull slowly to retrieve. The retriever is lightweight and compact with a sturdy construction and rust-proof powder coat finish. Includes 50 feet of durable rope. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs.
And Katrina Allen is in bounds, and she's laid up to the, well, I should say the initial layup area.
Right. Yeah, she's in A1 position right there. That's going to be a really good look at the basket.
And Hokum's forehand gets her a green flag indicating she's in bounds. Paige throws a great looking shot, asking for it to go straight down. She bit off a little bit more than we'll see from the other competitors there. And Bales goes out of bounds, and again with the slightly longer grass out here, the recent rain just not quite as short and not able to get a skip there, as that is going to remain out of bounds on the right side of the fairway.
Yeah, that's just, I don't want to call it a mental mistake. I really don't think that was it. A disc will often get a little little bump in a headwind, a little rise, and Valerie's just didn't at all. And so it just stayed low. And just like Terry said, this tall grass is very grabby out here. If you get a skip, it is extremely rare. And so unfortunate break for Valerie. She's going to be throwing 3 from pretty far back down the fairway. We got a decent look at Paige Pierce's drive up here, and she actually avoided the left landing zone, which is the widest part of the fairway, and went a little bit on the right side of the out of bounds. That's gonna give her a pretty good look at the basket. She doesn't have to throw over as much tall grass. She can keep her disc in bounds quite a bit longer. And so while she was worried about it on the tee box, it's going to put her in a good spot. Looks like Valerie's got either a putter or a mid-range in her hand here. I'm not sure if she's going to go for the green from here with a disc like that in her hand. It's not that far away. It's probably only 220, 240 feet. But that would be quite a shot into the wind. She's gone back for a fairway driver as well now. She's opted for the fairway driver. I expect this to be a go at the green.
Keeping it low, looking to move to the left. She gets the green flag, so she is in fact in bounds. However, she was hoping that would have pushed a little bit toward the left side, possibly setting herself up for a putt. I think she's going to be within putting distance, but have a very obstructed putt or maybe an awkward stance.
Yeah, being in the thick of these trees out here is a difficult spot to be in. You definitely don't want to be putting out of there. She's going to have to work to find a line out. Sarah Hokum's lining up the same upshot disc that she threw on the last hole. It's got to be pretty overstable because she lets it go on an Anheuser, and she gets a red flag. Can't tell if that came up short in the tall grass or the short tall grass that I like to refer to it as yesterday, but she is going to be out of bounds.
And Katrina has placed herself in a near perfect position. I believe you call that an A1 position. She should have a relatively simple approach here. She's got options out to the left and to the right. And she gets the green flag for her approach shot.
I don't know if you can tell on camera, but we've just walked another 50 or 60 feet to Paige's disc. So this is much, much more manageable of an approach than we just saw from our other competitors. Paige throws a hyzer into a dead headwind, and it gets a little bit of lift, more than she wanted, but she does get the red flag. Looks like she's going to be at about 20 feet from the basket with a left to right crosswind for her putt.
And to clarify, she actually received the green flag, the good one. I know you're looking at the red wind indicator device, as I think I referred to it yesterday, on top of the basket. The red DD flag indicating the wind. However, the spotter, in fact, yes, gave Paige a green flag. She's inbounds. So after a crushing drive, she hopefully will have a relatively short putt to try and get the birdie 3 here. And this is Hokum again throwing the same overstable approach disc you mentioned a moment ago. She has OB to throw over, and it's coming in nicely, and she's going to find herself next to the pin.
And that's a much better line from Sarah right there. Also, I'd just like to point out that I am colorblind, so it's a little rude of you to make fun of me. I'm not. I just made a mistake. But yeah, anytime you see a green flag out here, it is an absolute sigh of relief. Finding OB is the quickest way to turn a decent round into a not so decent round. We've got our spotter trying to locate Valerie's disc right now, and it looks like he's looking pretty deep into the tree to find it. I think she's probably just going to have a pitch up.
And as you just mentioned a moment ago, I'd like to send a huge Smashbox, maybe a little bit humid, but big hug to all of the amazing volunteers and sponsors and anyone that contributes to this event in any capacity, especially the men and women that are out here wearing the yellow DD shirts that are volunteering their time throughout the week. Some of them took time off of their work week to come work in this brutal heat and humidity, all just so that the disc golfers could enjoy their time a little bit more out here in Emporia, Kansas.
I haven't gotten to attend a lot of really, really big tournaments, so maybe this is just the norm. But for the volunteers out here in those yellow shirts, it almost seems more rare to be on a hole without a volunteer than to be on one with. They have so many volunteers out there, and so it's been really exciting to see people who just care about the sport, who care about the players, and who want to make this a great experience. And it's already been a great 2016 Pro Worlds. We look forward to another few rounds of heated competition, pun 100% intended.
And I mentioned it earlier that although Val finds herself within 35, maybe 40 feet of the pin, certainly an obstructed stance and view of the basket. Solid run there by Jenkins. She had the right height, however, left of the pin, and keeping in good faith with all of our players and their safety and well-being, I'm going to go ahead and say I believe Val Jenkins looks a little flush in her cheeks. I hope she's staying fully hydrated. I know she's got a large water bottle, but I have seen her play a lot of rounds of disc golf, and it looks like she may be a little flush, so hopefully she's keeping herself hydrated here. Paige with a solid putt here right into the center of the chains. She's going to be taking the birdie 3 here. That's going to move her to 3 under par, putting her 3 strokes back of Katrina Allen and tied with Sarah Hokum. In fact, Sarah Hokum is going to relinquish a stroke or 2 with the penalty that she received. So we're going to see Paige Pierce move solely into second place right here on the 5th hole. Short putt by Katrina Allen is going to probably haunt her a little bit later. I know that's one that she would normally go ahead and count and put on the scorecard. And Val is in from short range, as we'll expect to see from Sarah Hokum. And we are in on hole 5. We're going to move over to hole 6. This may or may not be the last hole I'm able to join you guys. Stay tuned. You're watching the 2016 PDGA Pro Worlds presented by Dynamic Discs. Yeah, so like I said, so we're going to get you, I'll just probably leave my headset with you so you have one.
Okay.
In fact...
second of the scorecard killers, hole 6 seems to be played differently by every player who plays it. The left side plays more open but flirts with OB and wind more so than down the middle. The middle shots require players to roll or keep the disc flying straight uphill with a low ceiling. Once at the top of the hill, players must approach a peninsula green through more trees. Finishing this hole at the top of your card can be quite a feat.
And welcome back, everyone, to hole number 6. Our lead card will be ready in a few moments to tee. They're getting the red flag by the spotters, letting them know they need to hold up for just a few more minutes, or moments, I should say. And Robert, I will be likely heading out at the completion of this hole so that I can go over to the country club and we'll be able to watch the open men tee off for their 2:30 round. We'll be bringing you more coverage. In fact, 2 cameras over there along with myself. Maybe at one point Dixon Jowers may join me in the co-commentating, and they'll be throwing back to you over here at Jones East so you can give us updates as they proceed. And Paige hitting a tree on the right side and kicking her toward the OB left. Certainly not how she drew this one up. And catching the trunk of the tree on the right side, Katrina Allen's shot lands still in the fairway in the shaded portion. And we continue to mention it that the slightly longer grass out here, rather than crab grass, should be called grab grass out here. And as if there was a magnet on that tree, we found 3 of our 4 open women competitors finding that tree on this right center side of fairway. Paige kicked hard left. In fact, she for a moment was flirting with the OB until it came to rest. And then 2 other competitors hit the trunk of that tree. This hole is very challenging, and I think this just reinforces how amazing an Eagle 2 is by some of the competitors that we've seen earlier in the week.
Yeah, Eagle here is just disgusting. I mean, there's no other way around it. With this crosswind that we have right now, it's you really have to hug the tree that 3 of our competitors hit just now. It's a very, very difficult shot. As I said yesterday, to hit that gap for a 2, you really have to have the disc be on Anheuser as it crests the hill, which is a really scary shot to a blind green.
Paige clarifying that she'll be first to throw here. And a pull to the right has her hitting another tree. She will progress down the fairway here, but this hole's becoming longer and longer with every throw.
That's right. Paige went with a really aggressive play right there. It looks like she had a fairway driver in her hand. She was going to have to turn that through a gap and then land on that green that actually runs away right to left. And so it's really easy to go out of bounds there. So for her to hit that tree, I think she will have a good look at the basket here. Katrina looks like she's lining up a hyzer outside this the one tree guarding her shot, and she absolutely squares that tree. She has to be disappointed with that, reaches down and picks up her mini pretty slowly. Sarah Holcomb just tells us that that disc will never be the same, and truer words have never been spoken. It might be better served as a taco shell.
And speaking of tacos, I did take advantage of the Emporia Country Club's taco bar yesterday. They've been a huge supporter and sponsor of the event. We'd like to thank them for allowing us to be out there yesterday and hosting our podcast each of the last two. Sarah didn't like my segue here apparently, but I'd like to thank them for being our host of our podcast the last 2 evenings. Tonight there will be a PDGA Awards banquet and dinner, and following that I will be presenting another podcast. So we're pushing it back. Instead of 8 p.m. Central, that will be at 9 p.m. Central. We'll be somewhere in downtown Emporia, possibly at the Granada. We'll have to see what's going to be the most logical place for us to set up our podcast as we watch Val Jenkins with a low laser beam. It looks like she might be able to attack toward the pin, and fortunately we see a red flag erected up near the pin, and that is that's a mistake that we just really weren't anticipating by Val, and I think we're proving that hole 6 is incredibly challenging.
As surprised as we are by that mistake, that's an easy mistake to make on this hole. Like I said, the green is going to run away from you. It's really easy to get the only skip that you'll get on the course on this hole, and skip towards out of bounds. With this crosswind, I've got to think that Valerie's disc just lifted just too much and skipped out of bounds over there. Katrina's got a straight look at the basket, but it's a difficult lie because of the hill in front of her. Katrina's picked a mid-range, and it's just drifting right on her. Looks like a little more than she wanted to. She has gotten a green flag, so she's going to be in bounds. If I were to guess, I'd say she'd be about 35 or 40 feet from the basket on that shot. Had that just caught the wind the way that Valerie's shot did, Katrina would have had a really, really good look at the basket here. Sarah Holcomb has the best drive of the bunch, and she's down the left side of this fairway. The shape of this fairway lends itself well to a forehand. However, it is going to be over out of bounds a lot of the fairway. Someone with as proficient of a forehand as Sarah will probably be confident in that shot, but it's going to be a difficult one for sure. She's lining up what looks to be an overstable fairway driver on another standstill forehand. Sarah's disc came out a bit low from our vantage point, but it coasted the hill. She got a green flag, so she is going to be in bounds. I'm not sure just how close she got to the basket, but she made a great play from the lie that she was in. She made sure to kind of skirt that left side OB and give herself a look at a 3 here. A lot of these par 4s out here at Jones East can really bite you if you are loose with your shots, just like we've said over and over. And the key is just finding yourself in play on your drive. if you find yourself in play on your drive, a lot of times you have options. Paige Pierce is throwing her third shot here. Looks like she's got a PA1 in her hand. She lets it go on hyzer. It's looking pretty good toward the basket, maybe a little downhill, but I think she's going to be inside 15 feet. She's thrown a great shot. She doesn't seem really pleased with it, so it might have gone farther past the basket than we can tell from here. But it looks like she's still throwing a good shot. Valerie walks up to her OB flag on the left side of this fairway. It looks like if her disc had carried, I don't know, maybe 10 more feet, she might have had a skip and stayed safe, but instead looks like she's going to be throwing from just inside the out of bounds, and that's going to be her, oh goodness, she's going to be throwing 4 from there.
And as we moved down the fairway here on hole 6, Robert, I'm just going to give a little pre-warning that everyone will get a break from me and my commentary. You're going to be carrying the show here after hole number 6. I'm going to be transitioning over to the country club. And Val with the layup, as there is a sloping hill just beyond the basket's edge here, so Val's trying to minimize the damage taking place here on hole number 6. And I'm going to go ahead and reiterate that we need to continue to see Val Jenkins hydrate herself. And a great straddle putt there by Katrina Allen. Sarah Holcomb is going to step this off.
After missing that short putt on the last hole, Katrina's going to be really happy to hit that one solid. And that was a little tailwind, probably about 30, 32 feet. She's thrown a really, really good putt. That's going to be a confidence builder for Katrina.
And we saw Sarah Holcomb step off her putting distance. She was just outside circle's edge, and then she opted for the jump putt. And even with a tailwind, we saw that lift on her, and then it hit the ground and got up and rolled to OB.
Yeah, that's the danger of putting in a tailwind, especially on a swirly wind day like today. If you can see the dynamic discs wind indicator, patent pending, by the way.
Of course.
or I guess trademark pending, maybe. It is fluctuating back and forth between a tailwind and a crosswind. Sarah's jump putt came out with very little spin, and so the wind just absolutely grabbed it, and it landed as if she had thrown a spike hyzer, and then got a really unfortunate roll out of bounds. That's a really tough break for Sarah. That was Sarah's putt for 3, so with the OB stroke, assuming that she did in fact stay out of bounds, she's going to be putting for 5 here. And her putt just gets absolutely slammed by the wind. Looks like Sarah's going to drop in a 6. She looks visibly disappointed with the misfortune that she's got. Looks like she just pantomimed getting punched in the face. Oh, and Paige's putt is just high left side. Looks like she's going to take a 5 on this hole, so Katrina's going to take 1 stroke back on her. That did hit solid chains, but it was high.
and the rest of the ladies will tap in. And as they're doing that, I'd like to again thank you and welcome you to our broadcast here today. We are through 1/3 of the course, just completing hole number 6 out here at the Jones East course. As we're looking over to hole number 7, it looks as if there's possibly 2 or 3 groups that are backed up here on this very challenging par 4 hole number 7. I'm going to cut loose. As I've mentioned before, I'm going to head over to the country club. Robert, you're going to hold down the action here. You're going to be able to, we'll check back with you as much as we can so that you can tell us what's going on with this leader card. And of course, everyone can tune in to pdgalive.com. We'll give you all the up-to-date scores and information. I'm assuming the 12 blocks I'm going to go, it's going to be at least 10 to 15 degrees cooler. So I'll make sure to report back on that.
That's right. Thank you. Please do rub that in my face whenever it's much cooler over there at the country club.
All right, we're feeling the wind pick up. We're going to stand down for a little while. We're going to give everyone a little bit of a break. We're going to check in with a word from our sponsors, give you the whole previews and some of the other assets and supporters that we have that have stepped up and helped us out through this entire week. We'll be back with you in a little while as the women are going to get into position with a 2 or 3 group back up on hole number 7. I'm the disc golf guy. I'm going to check in with you from the country club in just a little while. Stay tuned because you're watching live disc golf right here on SmashBoxxTV.
Hello, it's me, your pal, JC. I've heard your prayers for an improvement in your disc golf game. Well, JC here is going to go ahead and throw you a pretty big bone. I present the Traveler. It's an overstable driver by Full Turn Discs. Isn't it heavenly? It's the newest disc on the market. And you can take it from the highest authority that this is the disc. You're welcome. Jesus.
Well, tonight we are continuing our welcome wagon for the World Professional Disc Golf Championships in Emporia. We have community members downtown chalking sidewalks, kind of all over, focusing on the 800 and 900 blocks. This morning we had 2 daycare centers come down and make their mark on sidewalks and welcome the disc golfers in their own special way. supports disc golf through and through, and it's one activity that Emporia is known for, and it's kind of that one of those unique activities that we're known for. And our community likes to go out and they like to watch the event. They like to come down for the block party. So this is just another element to get them involved and kind of roll out the red carpet for those visitors that are coming to our community.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job. Go in. Oh.
For me, it's all about the exercise.
For me, it fits into my busy lifestyle.
For me, it's my passion.
For us, it doesn't cost much to play.
For me, it's fun.
Ask every top-level player if putting practice is important, and you will get a unanimous yes. Introducing the Recruit Basket by Dynamic Discs. This basket is tournament quality at a practice price. It can be put together or taken down in about 2 minutes and comes with all the necessary hardware and tools. The Recruit Basket has 13 inner and 13 outer strands of zinc-coated chains. The rest of the basket is electrophoresced first, and then powder coated for protection from the natural elements. Weighing in at just over 50 pounds, it's very sturdy, but with the built-in wheel on the base, it's very easy to move. The Recruit basket is easy to carry in a car's trunk because the pole is made of 2 parts. It also comes with an in-ground sleeve for a more permanent and secure installation. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
Smashbox would like to thank the following sponsors: Shop Tom, Sally West, Synergy Disc Golf, Chris Cobb, Paragon Disc Golf, Night Eyes, the Disc Golf Pro Tour, Discraft Discs, Dynamic Discs, and the PDGA. Please reach out to these sponsors and thank them for their tireless support of disc golf.
Hello, I'm Drew Gibson. We're here at the 2016 Memorial Championship. I forgot what I was going to talk
You pretty much nailed that. Yeah.
No. Okay.
No, don't.
Why?
Go.
I'm Drew Gibson. I'm excited for the 2016 season. We're at the first stop of the national tour, and I'm trying to read it, but because I have my glasses on, so you can't see I'm reading. I'm pretty good at this. All right, I'm gonna nail this one, and then
go.
And we are back here out at Jones East. We're on hole 7. We've got a little bit of a backup as we follow our Female Pro Open lead card today. And so we're going to watch the Female Pro Open chase card tee here on hole 7. We're actually going to follow them. We're actually going to follow them up the hill, so you'll get to see some drives here from down by the tee, and then you'll also get to see where the discs are flying in, just so maybe you can appreciate how difficult of a landing zone this hole has. Hole 7 measures in at 555 feet. Today we've got a strong left to right crosswind. You can see with the American flag, or I guess American flag, or American wind indicator, I guess is the new term for it, blowing in the background, that it's going to be shoving discs left to right. And so we're waiting to see our green flag so our chase card can tee off on hole 7 here. and we've just gotten a green flag. So we've got Hannah Leatherman here on the box. Hannah Sizer has gotten some turn on it, I think, because of that wind. She's watching it closely. It looks like she's gotten a red flag, so she's going to be proceeding to the drop zone. Her second competitor is Katkavadova. She's got a shirt on that says Amsterdam, and so she is from overseas here in Emporia, and unfortunately she's gotten a red flag as well. She'll be proceeding to the drop zone. Next up, we've got Lisa Fakis. She is from Austin, Texas, just like me. Lisa's drive comes out low, but does clear the tall grass. She's going to be safe. She's gotten the green flag, but she's going to be in one of the pine trees. And last to tee is Jennifer Allen. Jennifer has no shortage of power and absolutely crunches a hyzer. It's falling back to the left, and she has gotten a green flag. That's the best tee shot of the bunch. We are going to proceed up the fairway with these ladies and see how their shots go. Because we do have a couple of out-of-bounds ladies on this hole, we're going to make sure that we know exactly what the OB ruling is. As the third card of female competitors take a look at this green, they're all throwing their upshots into their green. I'm going to check in with the Pro Worlds app, the 2016 Pro Worlds app. Even if you're not at Pro Worlds, there's a lot of helpful information about the courses. If you're planning to come out to Emporia, this is a great app to check out. So I'm going to check in with that and see what exactly our OB rules are on this hole. We've actually had several misplays on hole 7 out here at Jones East that were kind of started off by Paul Macbeth. The way that this hole plays, you saw the drives from down the hill. You need to land inbounds, and then from inbounds, we played onto an island green that's downhill and to the left of where these drives are going to land. Now you do have to come. You do have to come to land safe on the island in order to be inbounds. We'll talk more about those misplays in just a moment. Right now, we're going to throw it over to Terry Miller. He's going to catch us up at the Emporia Country Club.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 3 of the men's leader card here at the 2016 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Dynamic Disc. We've got a great card lined up for you today with Ricky Wysocki in the lead at 27 under par. Nico LaCastro sits at 23 under. Paul McBeth, the 4-time in sitting at 22 under par. And Devin Owens, the most
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:30 tee time, the lead card for the 3rd round of the Open World Disc Golf Championships. First on the tee, from Fort Mill, South Carolina, representing latitude 64, Ricky Wysocki.
Bingo.
Champion, representing Daredevil Discs, Nico LaCastro.
And Nico hoping that it gets over a tree and instead is caught up and brought to the base of that tree. He is inbounds.
Next on the tee from Huntington Beach, California, representing Innova Discs, the 2015 United States Disc Golf Champion, the 2012, 2013, 2014, and 2015 World Champion, Paul McBeth.
And McBeth with a little stutter there after his release. And he's left side fairway underneath a bush.
Next on the tee from Owasso, Oklahoma, representing latitude 64, Devin Owens.
And Devin going with the direct approach here on this.
Gentlemen, have a great round. Please drink lots of water. It is hot out there.
And Devin going up the middle, as I was saying, and Doug Bjork is our tournament director, giving the call outs for our lead card to be teeing off here at the Country Club. We're glad you could join us. As I mentioned in the opening, we've got Robert McCall following the leader card of pro women over at Jones East. And I will be giving you the action taking place at the Country Club with our men's leader card. We're glad you could tune into SmashBoxxTV. A little later in the broadcast, we may have our well-performing Masters co-commentator in Dixon Jowers. He may catch up with us a little bit later as he is out on the course competing at this very moment. And Nico LaCastro is going to be first to throw. It looks as if we see our 2016 Amateur World Champion Isaac McDonald on the bag, caddying for Nico this round. And Nico with a gentle turnover approach shot with a mid-range or a putter. with a second air bounce. Devin's going to find himself within 15 feet of the pin. And Wysocki with a routine approach shot to within 2 feet. And Macbeth looking to give it a run here on the first hole, however, is impeded on the left side with the branches and log.
Smile after 3 on that.
And Devin taps in, as Macbeth will do in a moment as well. We'd also like to go ahead and thank our newest sponsors, Infinite Disc and Full Turn. We appreciate your support. We're through one hole here at the Country Club. We'll be back with you in a few moments after a word from our sponsors and a whole preview on number 2. And after pars by all of our competitors on the first hole here at the Country Club, we move over to hole 2, 549 feet. And Ricky gets a green flag indicating inbounds.
And a green flag and some claps, as Nico noted. This is Macbeth with a swirly Star Destroyer with his McPro AVR stamp on top. Just barely over the edge. However, a great shot by Macbeth with a forehand, just cresting the hill and carrying a long way past it. Left side, and Devin has a sigh of relief as that barely finds himself back inbounds after hitting a tree on the left side of the fairway. And Nico going for full product placement here of his new disc golf bag, making sure that Isaac McDonald is fully locked in on it. We'll be catching up with Nico a little later on in the round as he's got some exciting developments and projects planned he was telling me about earlier in the week. We're glad you are tuned in right here to SmashBoxxTV on all of our multiple platforms that we are now able to stream to, including the Facebook Live, PDGA Live, and both of our YouTube streaming options in the SmashBoxx.TV/live portion on YouTube, as well as the direct link that you may have found from some of our other websites. And Devin Owens opts for a standstill approach here as he's going to find himself just past the basket. And as I mentioned at Jones East, the grass out here is very grabby, to use a term from my pal Robert. Not much skip opportunity out here. And that goes for either the country club course or at Jones East. And Nico looking to trying to complete hole number 2 in just 2 shots is wide right of the basket. He's going to be a little bit deep, but giving it a run here on the second hole. And Macbeth with his signature Nova approach shot. Wysocki is in for the easy 3. And Nico's shot did carry further than I think both him or I realized after throwing that approach. He's going to be looking at approximately 25, maybe 28 feet with almost a direct headwind. And although online the height was not enough, and Devin is in for his 3. Macbeth is looking at less than 15 feet, maybe 12 feet at most. And we feel a constant wind out here at the Country Club. This is certainly the most wind we felt all weekend. Off in a distance, I see Big Jeremy Coling, moving over to hole number 11. And Nico remains consistent with the putt we saw him using yesterday, which is modified from his typical release. And we're through 2 holes. We'll be back with you in a few moments after a word from our sponsors, and we'll be joined by Dixon Jowers. And welcome everyone to hole number 3, measuring in at 681 feet. It is a par 4. I'd like to also introduce to the show for the first time here today in Dixon Jowers. And Dixon, you've been playing very well in the Masters division. Let's get a quick update as to how it went for you out there today.
Not so good. Well, average. I shot even par today. It was, scoring conditions were tough out at Jonesy's. The wind was up, so you kept finding yourself with these 35, 40 footers with lots of wind, and it's just a long day when that's happening. So hopefully I'll come over here and see some good golf.
All right, we've got Ricky Wysocki on the tee after going par birdie on holes 1 and 2. And ripping it right up the middle here is Ricky Wysocki. I'm not sure you could place a distance shot that any better here on such a long hole with a headwind.
I think this is the most difficult par 4 on the course, and really the only way you can even think about a 3 is to throw that shot Ricky just did. That is not an easy shot. You will have great golfers fail trying to do that shot.
And Macbeth is going to need that to sit down. That is carrying to the left, and the grass seemed to have grabbed it. I think he's going to be safe there.
Yeah, he's going to be safe, and he's going to have about a 300 and something foot uphill forehand headwind shot to a very tight green.
And Devin not afraid to flirt with the OB. However, he needs that to carry to the right because that is not going to skip. And he has found himself OB. And Nico throwing a turnover right into the teeth of that wind. And it looks like he should be fine. He's going to be short, and we may just be talking about a 4 at best from there.
Well, that's the thing about this hole. I mean, he put it right in the middle. Great shot. But he's going to have an exceptionally difficult second shot here. Uphill the whole way. And the sidewalk on the right-hand side is going to pinch in to about 20 to 25 feet right of the basket. The ball golf fairway on the left-hand side is about that same distance. And all down the middle are a bunch of giant oak trees, including ones right down there towards the end that if you hit, they're going to kick you OB. So if Nico wants to park it from there, he's going to have to throw a shot that covers a little over 300 feet uphill headwind, and it's going to have to be hyzering at that 300-foot mark. He can't bring it in early at all, or he's going to end up OB. It just shows how difficult this hole is. But all in all, I'd say this is a pretty decent group of drives. Devin's going to get to bring it in back right where he's at. For the lefty, that's actually sets up well for him. It's going to be a difficult shot. Sausage and bacon. It's pretty fantastic.
Well, don't remind me that I got no breakfast this morning, actually. You talk about IHOP in some of the running around and the compromising and just really trying to elevate everything we're doing at SmashBoxx, working with the PDGA, working with Dynamic Disc. Things were a little bit discombobulated this morning. So ultimately our solution was to go ahead and open up the coverage today with our women's leader card over at Jones East. I peeled off from there at just as they were waiting on hole number 7, where there's typically a backup. I was able to rush over here. 4 minutes later, I'm at the country club. And then about 8 minutes after that, we're opening the round here with the men's leader card. So we're going to hope that everyone enjoys the additional bonus card coverage that we're able to bring you, whether you consider the 2 extra cards over here with the men or the 1 extra card at the women's side. Either way, we're excited to be here and bringing you as much disc golf action as possible here today. It's going to put a lot of strain and stress on us, and we can't necessarily anticipate this happening the rest of the week, but we're glad we could provide it today. And Devin Owens has found himself back into the center of the fairway, but from there, that's going to have to be a pitch up, hopefully a tap in, and then he'll be walking away with what would be a bogey 5 here on our 3rd hole. Nico Castro, as you explained, he's going to have to really put a move on this disc if he wants to try and get up and down and still card a 3. just narrowly missing those branches on the right side. It's a little bit of a skip, and the gallery, who's smarter than us, are hanging out in the shade, which I think is the ultimate placement anywhere on this course.
Yeah, Nico did a great job there. The branch that you don't want to challenge, he challenged it and went just underneath it and got a friendly skip up the hill. He should be 20 feet or so. Now Paul's going to have to make a choice. Devin could not get to this basket, so he did the smart thing and laid to the middle about 100 feet short. Paul has been playing very aggressively so far in these championships. We'll see if he continues that aggressive play right here. If he goes for this shot and does not execute, then he's bringing 5 and 6 into play, and Ricky's sitting very nice to get up and down for his 3.
And of course, Ricky Wysocki at 28 under par, LaCastro and Macbeth at 23, Devin Owens at 21. Macbeth throwing one of his most overstable destroyers, and that carries toward the OB cart path. However, he is in bounds, and you have a long look at a birdie putt from there. What's Wysocki throwing on this shot?
Stiletto. It looks like an Opto Stiletto, which is a very stable, very fast disc. And he's going to put this out over OB. And the wind is freshening right now. It's picking up from about 10 to 15 to maybe a little over 20, maybe pushing 25 now. You can see the leaves bouncing along the ground, the trees swaying in anticipation of what's about to happen here. Actually, he went back. He's thinking, I think this is just a different Stiletto. Yeah, he's going with a forehand shot now. This is even more difficult unless he's laying up.
I think he's laying this up.
Oh my goodness.
And was that not one of the best kicks you could have possibly received? That was heading toward the OB. I'm not sure that it would have carried there or crossed it, but he gets a kick off. He plays a little pinball off that right-hand side and carries him straight to the pin. Johnny V back at home plays a lot of pinball. I don't even think he can work a flipper that well.
No, I'll say it. That was incredibly lucky, and that was most definitely going out of bounds. That was a 2-stroke save right there, because he would have been out of bounds about 50 or 60 feet away, uphill headwind putt. That even Ricky, that's not a gimme. But instead, he's got probably 10 feet for his birdie 3, and so I looked over to see what Nico and Devin and Paul thought about that, and they all kind of looked to the heavens with a groan. That definitely is what we call the world champ kick.
And really not much Devin can do except for lay this up. Again, he's going to be walking off here with a bogey 5 on our 3rd hole. Wow, and as I was just about to say that, the wind has picked up. It seemed as if it did not affect the flight of that disc at all. Paul put it on a line and right into the chains.
That was a fantastic putt, because not only was the wind blowing, as soon as he started his motion forward, it picked up. You could hear it increasing. The wind started moving that flag a lot faster to be able to stay down and put the snap on that putt necessary. Ricky got a world champ kick. That was a world champ putt.
And Dixon, we'll talk about it as we move over. After we move over to hole 4, we've seen Nico slightly alter his very traditional and standard putting stance here in the last 2 days. I'm not sure if he opened the tournament that way, but the last 2 days now we've seen a different stance out of Nico. It's been very effective as he's made just about everything he's put up. And Devin will tap in. We're through 3 complete here on the Country Club course. This is our 3rd round of the 2016 PDGA Professional World Championships presented by by Dynamic Discs, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments. Ricky going with an opto stiletto here. He needs that to get up a little bit, and he does clear the bunker. That should be skipping run right towards the basket. Delayed cheer from the crowd, and they are happy. This wind is coming definitely right to left, and it can't decide if it wants to be a head right to left or just straight cross. The only real danger on this hole is off to the right. And Paul is going right over the top of that danger. And he gives it an ace run, but I would be willing to bet that that skipped big given the wind and this fast green. Nico taking that same hyzer angle, pushing it out further right and higher. And he stays to the right, skips over. He's going to have a look for that for sure. Devin now has a little bit more difficult shot than the righties here. There's really only one tree to contend with, and it is about 35 feet short and to the left, almost exactly where he wants to be coming in. If he wants to get to this basket, he needs to keep it low as it approaches the green over the crest of this hill. And the wind holds it. He is going into the headwind trying geyser. He has the distance right, but he gets no left to right carry there. He's going to have about a 50-footer, about pin high, so definitely makeable, but not what he was looking for on one of the first chances on this course to get a birdie two. Paul Macbeth is left of the pin by about 35 feet. He'll be first to putt. And a missed opportunity here by Macbeth for birdie on hole number 4. That either could have been a late push by the wind or possible misread by Devin. I'm going to guess it was a little bit more of the wind just lifting him up and carrying him over as he's throwing that putt into a direct headwind.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to be a little right, but then the lift and the all that headwind getting underneath the disc and letting it ride further out. He's got about 20 feet back at the basket.
I'm going to give that at least 25 feet as he has a challenging comeback there, but he is in. Nico LaCastro left with less than 12 feet here for his birdie. And even with a tailwind pushing from behind, looked like Nico may have let that rise up out of his hands. He knows he got away with one there as that was high and right. However, it still was able to be brought in by the basket. So we're going to see 2 pars, 2 birdies here on hole number 4. We'll be back with you in a few moments, but first let's check in with Robert over at Jones East.
We're only through 8. Do you want me to wait until 9 is over, or just follow them just like normal commentary? You got it. All right, hit me when you're ready. We want to welcome you back out to Jones East course here in Emporia, Kansas for the 2016 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs. We are through 8 holes here with the women's open lead card, and I'm just going to be honest with all you smashies out there. I am legitimately jealous of the drives that we just saw. Paige and Val and Kat just absolutely pured their shots down the middle. I'm not sure if Kat's came to rest in bounds or not, but Paige and Val threw absolutely beautiful lines. They are just throwing great shots right now. So we're walking down the fairway to see what we're looking at here. Sarah's was the only drive that left something to be desired, and she's a bit stymied. With her forehand, she's going to be throwing something out over the road, overstable, hoping to skip it back in. 4 would be a good score from where she stands right now. And she's turned it out of her hand, and that's going to stay OB. That's probably a mix of a mental mistake and a wind bounce that put her in a bad spot. So she's going to be pushing up toward the road, and she's going to be throwing again. She's going to be throwing 4 before any of our other competitors throw 2. So this is a tough start to the hole for Sarah Holcomb. The tall grass out here at Emporia is absolutely brutal if you just get caught in it. I mean, you could be 2 feet from your disc and not be able to see it. Sarah's asked for the guy looking for her disc to duck down, and she's bombed it out over the out of bounds. Yeah, she's stuck in bounds. She's thrown a really good shot from there. She's gotten some green flags. She's going to be relieved to be over the road and in a spot where she can attack the basket from there.
And thank you to Robert and all of the women competitors over there at Jones East. We are back here, and in just a few moments, I believe we're going to have Ricky Wysocki live and on the tee, ready to go. A little extra coordination taking place here today with the multiple cameras at multiple courses. Thanks for your patience and understanding. Ricky again finding himself center fairway. A little bit of wind pushing at our back, but that seemed to be in a really good position there, Dixon.
Yeah, it's not so much a tailwind as it is just a straight left to right. So if you put anything stable out there, it's trying to fight back. That was a fusion enforcer that Ricky just threw right there and absolutely pured it.
And Nico, right out of his hand, is talking to the disc, asking for it to skip up. And if there's anything we've learned in the last few days, there's very little skip. Unless you find yourself on one of the golf greens out here at the Emporia Country Club, you're not getting any skip.
Well, throwing a hyzer flip shot, basically what he did there is, in this wind, that is so technical of a shot. If you start it too flat, if you start it too hyzer, it almost has no chance of success. But I'd say Paul threw that one further than Ricky threw his. That seemed like it was totally pured. Yeah, this hole just sets up all wrong for a lefty. The major danger on this hole is right side. So if Devin throws a hyzer, it wants to go there, and once his disc turns, he's got probably a 20 or 25 mile an hour wind encouraging him towards that OB. So he tried to really flirt down the left, hit a tree. He's got probably 500 and something feet still to go. He's going to have to go downhill 200, uphill 300, and he's got a lot of guardian trees down there by the basket. At this point, he should be thinking, let me get my par here, but we'll see how aggressive Devin wants to be. And Devin is trying to Wow, maybe he was just playing it safe. He was just going the lefty safe route. Threw a big hyzer out over hole number 6's fairway, which is all out of bounds for hole 5 where we're at. It didn't get near the push that it seemed like it would get with that crosswind, but he is back in bounds. He's got a little over 100 feet, should be wide open, up and down for his par. Yeah, Nico working on his commenting chops here, and he said it wasn't great, but it could have been worse, and that's a perfect way to describe that shot. I think the story of the day, Terry, is going to be the heat, the conditions. Pretty much that entire wait we had right there was just players sitting down, fanning themselves, drinking water, trying to dry their hand off, trying to get a good grip. You'll see over and over and over these guys messing with a birdie bag or chalk bag or something like that. It's going to be who can maintain good golf in the midst of these pretty tough conditions right now. And just a few moments ago I said there would be a lack of skips out here, but yet Nico LaCastro has found a few on this uphill sloping fairway. A little surprised by that, actually. Well, this actually, I was thinking about correcting you on that, but I was going to wait to see if it actually happened. This is pretty much the one skippy green. It's really about all you can do on that second shot. Because of all the trees that are guarding this basket, you have to come in low. So this is on the ball golf course, this is a collection area in between two fairways. So there's a lot of walkers that go through here, a lot of traffic. The disc golfers hang out here. So that grass is really beat down. And actually the skip shot is what a lot of people play. It's what I played out here yesterday for a second. I bet you'll see Paul doing the same sort of thing. And Paul, a little ginger there on his release. Could have used that to the right if he was going to play in somewhat of a skip or a hyzer toward the pin. Just a bit light on that effort. And Wysocki with a very gentle turnover puts himself within 10 feet. Required a little bit of delicacy there, and I think he executed very well. Well, I mean, most of the disc golf world can guess when Paul's throwing a power drive, it's a destroyer. Most of the entire world knows when Ricky's throwing a standstill shot and it's some sort of blue disc. It's that hard harp. He's becoming famous for sticking that thing right next to the basket, and right there was no exception. And shortly after we complete hole number 5, we will check in with Robert McCall over at the Jonesy's course. I believe he said the women have completed hole 8. They're just about to make their turn into the back half of the course. So we'll check in with him, see what he has to say. I can guess as to where they're at, but it will be a little better if we can just check in and see what's going on over the women's leader card. When we had left off there was a considerable backup on hole number 7, 2, 3, 4 groups deep. Now I know they've proceeded past that, but hole number 9 likely invites a backup as well. So it looks like they may have just passed hole number 9 and are heading to the back half. So in a few moments we'll be checking in with Robert.
And Macbeth from just inside 30 feet. And on point for Nico LaCastro. Of course, easy cleanup for Rick, and Devin will be tapping in. So through 5 holes here at the Country Club course, we're going to welcome Robert McCall from over at Jones East with an update on the women.
Robert McCall here out at the Jones East Disc Golf Course here in Emporia, Kansas. I wanted to give you a score update from our Women's Pro Open lead card. Katrina Allen and Paige Pierce were 3 strokes separate to start the round. We've had a lot of ups and downs since, and courtesy of PDGAlive.com, I can tell you that that scoring difference is exactly the same as it was. Katrina is 6 under par, and Paige is 3 under par. They've had some roller coaster type holes. Definitely some strokes exchanged there, but Katrina is holding her 3-stroke lead over Paige. Valerie and Sarah have actually fallen off the pace a bit. They are 3 over and 5 over on the round, respectively. We're through 9 holes here at Jones East. If you were able to see Paige Pierce's ace on hole 10 over here at Jones East on ESPN or on YouTube or anything like that, she almost just did it again just a second ago through a convict that maybe it wasn't as high in the air as the last one, but nearly hit the pole. Beautiful shot. It seems like she's putting together a charge. And so we're going to throw it back to Terry Miller out at the Emporia Country Club. Thank you so much for joining us here at the 2016 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs.
And welcome back. We are here on hole number 6, 580 feet, par 3. Thank you, Robert, for the update over at Jones East regarding the women's coverage taking place today. And Wysocki going straight up the middle, finishes left center fairway. And a huge turnover shot that's panning out nicely. Great shot by Nico LaCastro. We have a long look from there in this 580-foot hole. And Macbeth going with the straight to hyzer finish, and he comes up short, flirting with the road on the right side. Beautiful shot by Paul Macbeth. And Devin with nothing in his way on that left side, able to take the hyzer. However, it seems to stall out. I think the wind had caught it. And Devin's in the wide open on the left side. Dixon, this is really the first time Devin's been able to just completely unleash a drive here in the first few holes.
Well, Devin's shot, it's a really fantastic shot on this hole, but it makes it look like amateur hour when Nico and Paul throw the shots that they did. It's very difficult to appreciate. You know, you might watch this on the screen and say, well, Paul just threw a hyzer. You know, Nico just threw a flex shot. But there is there's a big wind coming across. There is a road that just sucks discs in. Again, the heat and the humidity right now makes it difficult for discs to fly really good. I mean, it is some thick air right now, and those guys both put it close enough to putt on this hole, which rarely happens. Ricky played a really smart shot, power shot down the right-hand side that was never going to flip. It's one of his stable enforcers. And he puts it out to the middle, and he's got, I don't know, maybe 120 feet. I'd be willing to bet we're going to see a blue harp flick shot right here to about 10 feet. But Paul and Nico are going for putts, which that's going to take strokes off of 99% of the field if they're able to convert for a 2 right here. Actually, that might take strokes off of everybody except for the 2 of them. I mean, I've seen Simon and Wiggins throw past this hole, just goofing around, but to have a putt on this hole on just a power drive is pretty fantastic. Oh, and Devin got a tiny little roll. That bush right there eats little children and discs and all sorts of stuff. And Devin has barely rolled into it. He's going to have a putt from a knee at best, maybe worse than that. He's going to have a very encumbered 15-foot putt.
And while we stand here waiting for Ricky Wysocki's approach shot, which we anticipate to be relatively close, if not, well, he's now lining up a putter, so we know that anything's possible. I'll stand down for just a moment here. And just a layup by Ricky Wysocki. I'll move on. What I would like to do is thank our sponsors who have been so helpful throughout this entire week, along with our live broadcast. And of course, there's tournament sponsors, but our live broadcast sponsors include ShopTom.com, Sally West, Chris Cobb, Synergy Disc Golf, Paragon Disc Golf Pro Tour, Discraft, Dynamic Disc, the PDGA, Dave Wastebloom, and Night Eyes, along with ValueNet Fiber. They have been just so tremendous in providing us with very fast internet connections wherever we've needed them, and without them we wouldn't be able to bring you our live nightly podcast. So thank you to all of them, as well as any sponsors that have come on board in the last day or two. We do have a few sponsorship options available for the last couple of days, which are going to be very exciting out here in Emporia, Kansas. But without the help of everyone that's already signed on, we couldn't have done this without you. So again, thank you, and thank you to Dynamic Disc for presenting the Disc Golf World Championships.
Nico is up and in, cashes in the 45-footer for the very difficult and rare deuce on hole 6. Paul from just, 5 feet in front of Devin, maybe just outside the circle. The wind is coming pretty much straight right to left. Even though the flag isn't doing much, you can see the tree behind bouncing around. Paul gets a giant lift. Holy cow. He's going to have about a 15-foot, 20-foot comebacker. Maybe he was playing it this way all along. At least he's going from the shade right now. So that's a good thing.
Isn't that a master's trick? You guys play for the shade, especially out here in Emporia?
It's not a bad play. Would you rather have that 15-footer in the sun? No, I wouldn't. So Devin now is trying to figure out how to get in here. Oh man, it jumped in a lot further than I even thought. Yeah, he's a good 3 or 4 feet in. He's going to have to be careful as he putts to not fall forward, because he is definitely inside the circle. And not only is that tree talking to him as far as leaning on him, those things are kind of pokey in there, and they don't feel very good rubbing up against your skin. And Devin is out and in.
And maybe even more impressive than making the putt, he was able to maintain his balance as he was there. If he were to fall forward or possibly place his hand in front of him, they would have called a falling putt on him because he's inside that 10-meter circle we mentioned earlier in the day. So we have all four competitors in. We're going to walk across a golf fairway and bring you more action in just a few moments. You're watching the 2016 PDGA World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs.
Ready when you are.
This is a 386-foot hole 7. It is reachable going downhill. Nico is out over the road right now, and it's flying back. And he has made it inbounds, but he might be on the wrong side of one of those bushes.
I'll take it. I'll putt over a bush here. Try to lay up the pinnacle.
Ricky now going with the forehand. And his distance looks exactly right. Just depends on if it sticks, and based on the reaction of Ricky and the crowd, I'm going to guess it dug in the ground. Oh, there is a ball golf green that is left of the disc golf green, and he is close to it. It appears, luckily we got a safe signal from the crowd, but he is way left, caught a wind gust, the one that Nico was looking for. Paul got it. Devin now with the enforcer trying to go the same line that Ricky did. He's going to come up a little bit short. Should get some action going down that. Where his disc landed is a ball golf fairway, so very short grass right there. So he should have gotten some good jumps. Going to be down there, maybe around circle's edge. You might see Paul's disc is in between a yellow rope and some white flags. There are a couple places out here at the Emporia Country Club where they have roped off the ball golf green to avoid the gallery walking across it. But on this one, they went a little wide, and there's actually inbound space in between the white flags and the yellow rope. So there are some ground rules at this course as far as this is concerned. If Paul feels that that rope is in the way, he can feel free to pull the stakes, lay the rope down, take his shot, and then replace those stakes back. It's kind of a weird thing on this particular hole, but it has been addressed. Paul will have about 50 feet downhill, And I'm just starting to see Rick's disc. If you guys have already seen it, then you saw that he might not even have enough space to put down his mini. It's so close to the pole. And I must admit, as we look at Ricky's park job, one of the things I miss most about missing my first World Championships in 21 years is for the last 20 years I've managed to have a headbutt putt into the basket, where I've been essentially next to the basket and able to tap the disc off of my head into the basket. That's how I entertain myself. And for the first time in 21 years, I won't be doing that. This would be a great opportunity for Ricky. Maybe I can convince him to do his first ever. And Devin going with the smart play, as this is perched on top of a small knoll. We find that Devin lays up to right next to the basket. Macbeth, as we saw in the previous hole, if he were to go deep, he could find himself in amongst this bush, which would be a very difficult out. So he's going to need to grab some metal, if not make this. And he comes up just short of the very cumbersome bush that we find on the right side of this basket. And Nico may be buried completely inside of it. This is not going to be pretty. Well, the first thing is he's going to have to find it. I have seen, like personally out here on the last hole, I threw a disc in one of these bushes. We had 4 people. We knew exactly where it went, and we never could find it. Okay, Nico says he does have it. I mean, I can't describe to you how thick this bush is. I mean, the climate is different. There's a little community that lives in there. It is just a completely different world inside of this bush. If he is on the backside, that's actually better. He wants to be as far away from this bush as he can. If he's on the backside, he'll be able to do some little pitch up and over, maybe a pancake shot, to get his 3. You might wonder about Devin's shot. He's only about 60 feet, but that is absolutely the smart play on this green. I attempted to lay up from almost the same spot yesterday, caught a wind gust, and rolled down that backside about 40 feet. Ended up taking a 4 when I was only about 60 feet out after my drive. And there goes Nico over the top, and he almost hits the flag. He's going to have about 10 foot back for his 3. He's about the same distance as Paul. And, Paul looks like he's more ready to go. As the adage goes, it's always great to be the last guy to putt. And Ricky's disc is going to sit there, so he's going to watch everybody else drive, everybody throw their upshot, and everybody tap in before he putts again.
And Ricky taking a stroke on the rest of the field, or I should say the rest of his card mates here. He's going to extend his lead. First, Nico is going to clean up from 10 feet. And Nico taking all 29.5 seconds there to complete his 10-footer. Going to make sure of it.
Andy took all 24 of the chains there. That was left
Devin
side.
taps in. All right, we are through 7. We're going to check in with a word from our sponsors, and then we're going to throw it over to Robert McCall, who's going to catch up with the women at Jonesy. Stay tuned. You're watching the 2016 PDGA Professional World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs.
Welcome back out here to Jones East here in Emporia, Kansas at the 2016 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs. We are on hole 12 with our Women's Pro Open lead card, and it has been an absolute battle today. these girls have had a couple of different types of rounds. If you're interested in how their scores are, what their scorecard looks like, you can go to pdgalive.com, click on Open Women, and then Round 3, and you can actually look at their scorecard so you can know hole to hole what these ladies, what kind of scores these ladies are shooting on each hole. Since the last update I gave you a couple holes ago, Paige Pierce has gone birdie to pull herself within one shot of the lead. So Katrina's sitting at 6 under on the day. Paige is at 5 under right now. So our round is heating up quite a bit. Seems like there's a bit of confusion about Sarah's shot. She turned over pretty hard out of her hand, but she's just going to be laying up to the rocks from there. Oh, and she does so beautifully. Wow, what a great shot. She put it just on top of the little rock assembly with some mulch. That is a really difficult thing to do. And so, great shot for Sarah. She's going to be able to just drop in from there. The rest of our ladies are going to have testy little putts here. This basket can absolutely bite you. If you try to run a putt here and the wind is up as it is today, they can easily blow by and give you a putt of equal distance or even longer. So I'm interested to see what these ladies are going to do here. Val Jenkins is lining up about a 32-footer. She's probably circle's edge. She just confirmed it's outside the circle, so just outside. Oh my goodness, she jams a jumper about 34 feet just outside the circle, but in a really difficult wind, kind of a swirling headwind, maybe a right to left. Val Jenkins just puts it in the center. What a great putt on an elevated basket. Here's Paige Pierce from just inside of her. Paige runs her putt and is also good from about 30 feet. She caught just left side of the basket, but they do not draw pictures on the scorecard. They're just going to write down a 2-4. Katrina has the closest drive to the pin. She's going to be looking at about 18 or 20 feet. Katrina's good from there. 3 birdies on this hole is not a common occurrence. I would assume a lot of our cards would come through with only a couple of birdies and maybe some 4s here. But our ladies have played it exceptionally well. All of them have made good putts. We're going to be moving over to hole 13 right now out here at Jones East. We're going to stand down for just a moment. We're going to send it back over to the Country Club here in a minute so that you can see some of our men's Pro Open action. But if they're still on a backup, we might just have some words from our sponsors. So we'll be back with you here in just a moment, here out of Jones East in Emporia, Kansas, at the 2016 Professional Disc Golf World Championships.
Hello, it's me, your pal, JC. I've heard your prayers for an improvement in your disc golf game. Well, JC here is going to go ahead and throw you a pretty big bone. I present the Traveler. It's an overstable driver by Full Turn Discs. Isn't it heavenly? It's the newest disc on the market. And you can take it from the highest authority that this is the disc. You're welcome. Jesus.
Welcome back out here to Jones East course here in Emporia, Kansas. We are with our Female Pro Open lead card here at the World Championships. We're looking at hole 13 right now. If you watched the live coverage yesterday, you got to see some of the best male competitors in the world play this hole. Today we're going to get to see the best female competitors in the world play this hole. Hole 13 measures in at 565 feet, and if you haven't seen it before, The play is to end in the left third of the fairway. Once you see the drives, you'll be able to see the gap that these ladies are going to try to hit on their second shot. And if you are even with the trees or even to the right side, it's very difficult to get an angle at the basket, and so they're going to want to play to the left side of the fairway. The longer down the fairway, the better, because the closer they are to that gap, which is not too wide, maybe 12 or 15 feet, the better they're going to be for their upshot. We're currently waiting for the chase card to move off of the gap. Our spotter is moving back into place, and so we'll see drives in just one moment. While we wait for these drives to come through, if you are on social media of any type, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Twitter, maybe Instagram, I'm not going to say the type of social media that Terry usually likes to say, but if you're on any of those, go ahead and share the link to this live stream. We've got the absolute best disc golfers in the world competing here in Emporia, Kansas this week. So go and share that link. We would love to have some more viewers. If you've been in here the last few days, we really appreciate your views and your support. I wish I could see the live comments on the feed so that we could respond to you, but we're really excited to just get to share live disc golf with you guys today. We've got a couple of competitors tapping out on hole 14, which hole 14's fairway runs adjacent to 13, and so once they've tapped out, we'll see some drives from our Female Pro Open lead card. Paige Pierce has got the box. Paige goes with the same driver that she threw on hole 3 earlier that straightened up a little too much. Looks like it's stood up a little more than she wanted to again, but if she got even a little trickle to the left, she's going to be in a great spot. Valerie throws a drive that lifts up. It's working back to the left side of the fairway, but she doesn't quite make it over toward the gap. Katrina's thrown an overstable driver on a hyzer. It just ends directly center cut in the fairway. Sarah Hokum's gone with a flex forehand down the left side. And that looks like it's going to give her a good look at a basket, especially with how proficient she is with her forehand shots. We're going to send it back over to Terry Miller out at Emporia Country Club so that you can catch up with the Men's Pro Open lead card out here at the 2016 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs.
Swing. And welcome back. We are watching Ricky Wysocki throw a hyzer out around the tree here. Next to tee will be Nico LaCastro. And what's the play here on this hole?
Well, Ricky went very conservative there. I mean, this is a left to right tailwind. I mean, this is just asking for people to bomb it. Nico has that same disc where he threw the turnover on hole 6. I have a feeling he's going to take that anhyzer out. But Ricky was just playing to, no, Nico's taking the hyzer also. They're just playing to the middle and trying to play for their 3.
And as you said, relatively conservative out and around the tree. I think Paul Macbeth is looking to pick up some strokes. He's been playing very aggressive, as you mentioned earlier. I think he's going to put some move on this. And too much angle of release for the turnover. Macbeth certainly not happy. He gives a wave to the crowd, but that was not the angle he was hoping to release it. And Devin's going to have to be careful because that could push wide right. However, it looks like he's come up short of the OB, but found himself in the tree on the right.
Yeah, there's one really thick tree. That was actually the problem that I saw with Ricky's shot, is he was flirting with that tree too much. Nico took the smarter hyzer route, kind of over this first single tree, out into the middle. Ricky played with it a little bit, but came safe. Devin has not only contacted the tree, but he is right in the middle on the wrong side. He is going to have zero play to advance towards the basket, maybe more than about 50 feet or so.
And as we move down the fairway here of hole 8, we also have just learned that there was an ace on hole 15 over at Jones East, is what we've been told. We're going to have to get verification on that. Of course, check in with pdgalive.com. We have not been notified of the person, but we believe there was, in fact, an ace on hole 15 at Jones East by one of the women in the top few cards. So congratulations. And as soon as we know more details and updates, we'll bring those to you right here on SmashBoxxTV. And without hesitation, Devin throws down a forehand roller. A little bit frustrated that he really had no other options other than get it out to the fairway and play that short forehand roller.
Yeah, that was a really missed drive on that one, because this is a drive where the righty can get into trouble, but the lefty shouldn't get in trouble on this because there's so much space to land.
Yeah, Ricky off on that. It doesn't look like he maybe hung that out to the right enough there.
Yeah, this is Ricky, Nico, and Paul all have about 175 feet to go. There is a false front on this green though, where the hill crests. Looks like the basket's right there, but that's actually about 50 or 60 short. And that's perfect distance. Nico's got 10 or 15 feet to the right-hand side of the basket. Ricky's not going to be off, I'd say, within 20, but he definitely carried over to the left more than he was thinking. Paul's got his Nova out. Look for a dead straight shot to slide up to the pole. And he seems to have that dialed in just left of the basket. I believe it was the glass blown open. We saw a few miscues here during the final round. It may have been even Paul Macbeth who had thrown an errant shot here, which I think really changed the momentum of that round. And Devin with a standstill forehand, just looking to get off of hole number 8 with a par. Well, and if you remember also during Glass Blown, we had Shooter McGavin's heckler friend in the apartment right next to us here. But I'm guessing he's a college student and he is away during the summer. So at least we got that going for us. It may be hotter than I'll get out and we're all about to faint, but at least that guy's not yelling during people's putts. Yeah, and as we thought from a lower vantage point, you thought that Ricky should be within 20. It looks like he's more like 35, maybe even just short of 40 feet. He's got a little more work to do here on hole 8. Definitely gusting, on again, off again, on again, off again, and you could tell he was not comfortable. And also as a player, as soon as you get ready to go and you take that first step back, in your head you're thinking about that clock, and then you have a second step back, a third step back. So I'm sure that Ricky was thinking, I better just solve this problem. So he knows he's playing with a 5 or 6 stroke lead right now. Let's not give up anything and have any silly putts here. Let's get my 4 and move on to the next hole. Very interesting decision here, and I'm not sure if the round was a little bit tighter or we were later in the week would we see the exact same play by Ricky Wysocki, but he taps in for the par. We're going to move over to hole number 9. We're just getting to the back half of the course. Stay tuned. You're watching live disc golf right here on SmashBoxxTV.
And welcome back to hole number 9, which appears to be cleared here. And this is a blind shot from the tee area. Nico LaCastro has the tee. He'll be throwing first. Dixon, what's the play on this hole, and what's the distance?
The play is to play out here to the left. The wind, it looks like it's trying to make Nico think he needs to go with the big hyzer here, which is rarely a good idea. It is such a long carry back into the inbounds area. It looks like you just throw a normal hyzer, but the sidewalk actually cuts down into the left. This is a very difficult two. This is a hole where you should just play, try to get down there and have a 60-footer and take your 3 and move on to the next hole. Big, strong left to right tailwind happening right now. Probably 20 to 25 mile an hour wind gusting.
We also see OB flags on the left side and a cart path sidewalk on the right.
He needs that to sit down. He needs that to sit down. And he is safe in the flat spot. Very easy to get up and down from there. But he was definitely cruising right at, if he had carried about another 20 feet, he would have caught a downslope right out of bounds.
And Paul Macbeth asked the spectators to clear out to the left side of the tree, as he'll be taking a forehand approach here. He had asked for the spectators just to back up prior to approaching the tee.
He turned that over a little bit. He needs that to sit down. He is close to that OB deep left line. No reaction from the crowd, which makes me think that he's inbounds by several feet because they didn't do anything. But that's definitely over that hill that Nico was cruising towards.
And Waisaki's does not turn whatsoever, and just a straight hyzer. However, it gets down to the longer grass and it's just sucked in immediately. And Devin's shot looks like an exact duplicate of what we just saw from Ricky's forehand. However, similar result. Once it gets down near the lower lying area near the basket, it's just sucked in. There's no skip, no additional movement, although the wind is blowing significantly from left to right.
Yeah, this is a hole. This hole and hole 7 are definite lefty advantage holes. And Devin has a fine drive here, but him and Ricky are going to have probably the only 2 putts that where you'd have any sort of reasonable chance at success, but they're both probably 50 to 60 feet out. I mean, this is just a very difficult hole to get a 2 on with as wide as they were playing it. They were playing it the safe way. If they had gone down the middle, it would have definitely shortened the hole. But as it stands, they are playing safe here, trying to get their 3 and move on to the next hole. So as you can see, the crowd, it's like a bunch of cattle. We are walking from place to place, and as soon as there's a chance to stop, everybody finds the shade immediately. Ricky has got maybe 100 feet with a tree dead in his way. So it looks like Ricky and Devin threw the exact same disc, same color, same stamp, where they had to check the bottom to see whose was whose. Both of them going with the Fusion Defender. You don't see that too often, where both discs are exactly the same in stamp and color and land near to one another. So Devin has about 100 feet with a tree smack in the middle. And he smartly lays his Cenis right to the base. He will take his 3 and move on. Nico now just a little bit in front of Devin. However, he is totally open. If he's feeling froggy, he might give this a run. And Nico going with the layup as well. This is a very difficult hole to run. If you don't have a drive where you're trying to deuce it, it's very difficult to get there. And Ricky pitches up as well. So now we'll see Paul see if he wants to give it a run. He's got an opportunity to take a stroke on the entire card, depending on how aggressive he wants to get. Oh, and I see a disc, and looks like it's straddling the OB line. Paul is in by about 4, 5, 6 inches. So he takes his meter, and he's going to have about 45 or 50 feet uphill with a right to left crosswind. And he sails high and right, and that almost caught enough of a tailwind push there to get him to the OB sidewalk, but he stays short of that. I'm going to guess about 15 to 20 feet from it. Paul's going to wait for part of the gallery to clear out from behind the hole where they were walking to try to find some shade. And in. There you go, boys and girls. That's the difference between him and the rest of us, is that he hits the important putts. So everyone else will come and clean up, and we will have an all-star par here on hole number 9. So after a couple hole break where birdie twos were not really possible, we're going to move to hole 10 where there is an opportunity. So we'll march up the hill here and give our guys a chance to throw long power shot downhill right into a protected basket.
Are you new to disc golf? Or maybe you've been playing for a while and just saw some pro smash it with a Dynamic Discs Defender. But you're just not sure that disc is right for you. If any of this describes you, then the Dynamic Discs Buyback Program is for you. Just go to any of our buyback retailers and purchase a disc from Dynamic Discs, Latitude 64, or Westside Discs. Try out that disc for 14 days, and if you're not completely satisfied with that disc, take it back and get it replaced with whatever disc you want in the store of any brand. Go to dynamicdiscs.com/retail to find a buyback retailer near you and get out there and play some disc golf.
Hey everybody, this is Bobby Cool Daddy Slick Breeze.
And I'm Eric McCabe.
And we want to invite you to check out our podcast, The Disc Golf Answer Man, where myself and Eric McCabe, 2010 Pro World Champion, answers your disc golf questions. Any questions on discs to choose, life on the road.
Don't forget about the Ralph updates.
And even Ralph updates. So check us out. We have segments where we talk about health and wellness of disc golf, mind, body, disc, and he talks about the mental part of the game. So check us out on iTunes or Stitcher, or just look us up at discgolfanswerman.com.
And welcome back, everyone, to hole number 10 here at the Emporia Country Club. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined here with co-commentary by Dixon Jowers, along with Robert McCall over at Jones East, bringing you updates and women's leader card coverage. We have Nico LaCastro on the tee. And Nico's shot is low and hung up by the overhanging willow tree. Macbeth to tee second. Macbeth's shot is short. We're also hearing that Katrina Allen still holds a one-stroke lead over Paige Pierce over at the Jones East course. And Ricky trying to correct Paul's line just a little bit, and he hits it right. Paul hit on just a tiny bit of an upslope. If he had carried another 2 feet to the left, he would have skipped right to the basket. Nico is prowling around. He is very upset about his shot. It came out very weak and hyzerish, and he is down 100 feet south of the basket in the cedar tree and a little casual creek. Devin now, this is an extremely difficult shot for the lefty. He's got a left to right tailwind that he is trying to hyzer back into, that he flicks the entire way. He's actually going to have a pretty decent putt. That is a great shot by Devin. And as we move down the fairway, there is a discussion as to whether or not some of the competitors' discs have been uniquely marked. And we'll keep you up to date of that situation. Again, we have the women over at Jones East. We're seeing Katrina Allen with a one-stroke lead out in front of Paige Pierce. Seems as if those two have slightly pulled away from the rest of the division at the moment, or at least momentarily. Val Jenkins sitting a handful of strokes behind in third place at the moment. And Dixon, I was just updating the followers and the viewers at home, which should be even more if you go out and share and like our Facebook, YouTube posts, and let everyone know that you're watching live disc golf. But looking for a clarification as to if all the discs are in fact uniquely marked that are being played today. Is that what we were looking for?
Yeah, I think Paul, so Ricky and Devin, they had a difficult time on hole 9 distinguishing which disc. So that makes me think that they were not individually marked. Otherwise they would have flipped it over and one would have said Rick and one would have said Devin, and that would have been it. But Paul says he told the two of them he was going to mention that to the marshal. But then he said he saw Devin's caddy put a mark on that disc. So as soon as a marshal is around, we will have this discussion. And I'm curious to see where this goes.
And just to go ahead and follow along with PDGA rules, of course, we're letting everyone know that you need to have a disc uniquely marked. It does not have to have your name. It doesn't have to have your grandma's birthday. It doesn't have to have anything in particular. It just has to be uniquely marked and identifiable, as Nico's putt is up and right from his straddle jump putt. So some people may think, oh, well, you can't throw this disc because it has your husband's name on it, or for some other reason, or it doesn't have a name on it. It's not that a name can't be it's not that a name must be on a disc. It's just that it has to be uniquely marked. I like to draw birdies on my disc because that's what I'm trying to get. And Devin's attempt is high and off the upper entrapment. Macbeth left with just inside 40 feet here for this birdie. again, the wind may have affected as that hit off the upper band here on hole number 10's basket. Macbeth putting directly toward the OB. And Ricky Wysocki's going to have a very short tap in here.
Yeah, absolutely. That wind affected Paul. This is what I was talking about. That was the difficulty out at Jones this morning, is that those 30, 35 footers that we see Paul can in his sleep, all of a sudden those become very difficult when you have this much wind. But it's not a steady wind at all. These guys would much prefer a steady 25 mile an hour wind than something that's 15 and then it's 30 and then it's 5 and then it's 15. Because your aim point has to change. With each about 5 mile an hour change in wind, you've got to start moving your aim spot over. And when it gusts like that, you're toast. You have to get lucky pretty much.
All right, we're going to stand down as we move over to hole number 11. We'll be back with you in a few moments after a check-in on the west, or correction, a check-in on Jones East course with Robert McCall and a word from our sponsors.
Welcome back to Jones East Park here in Emporia, Kansas, as we see Valerie Jenkins drop in her putt right there. Katrina's going to drop hers in as well. We had the potential for a big here. Whenever, Katrina's drive came in just short. She had about 20 feet and then missed her putt. Paige Pierce's drive went just long and skipped into the road. She made her comeback. So both ladies are going to take 3 right now. We are knotted up just exactly where we were before. Katrina is 7 under par. Paige is 6 under par. We've got 3 holes left. These are easy. Well, easy is extremely relative. In the wind today, nothing is easy. However, scores can be had on these holes today. 16 is a downhill par 3. 17 is a long downhill par 3 as well. And then 18 is a difficult closing par 4. It's not a very long hole, but difficulty can be found everywhere in there, especially with the wind today. So we're going to catch up with our female lead card, see how they finish up on these couple of holes as we round out round 3 of the 2016 Professional Disc Golf World Championships here in Emporia, Kansas.
And a great shot right up the middle there by Ricky Wysocki. And that is a world of trouble for Nico Castro, going with a backhand roller that he throws directly OB in the air. It's not OB on the right-hand side there. It's OB left. Right is just a swamp. And thank you, Dixon, for the clarification. However, it is not going to be a good position over there. He's going to have very little run-up, if any. That's assuming he can find his disc relatively easily. It's going to be an upward climb here, figuratively and literally here. It is heading toward OB and checks up nicely as the lefty unleashes a huge toss here. And Dixon, we're here on hole 11, 517 feet. What's the best play here?
Well, this is a very difficult driving hole. You have a tight gap right off the beginning, and you have a pinched fairway for about the first 400 feet. OB left and just shoal right. And the problem is if you go OB, it takes you back to a drop zone that is extremely difficult to get up and down. So an OB drive, you have to play great after that in order to save a 4. Nico here, I see a couple of different problems. Number one, he's hopefully the spotter's got a good eye on it, but when that thing landed on that roller edge, it could have stuck right there. It could have hit the bushes. He could have, it could have rolled in there. So she's pointing, the spotter's pointing towards where she either sees it or saw it go. He is going to have to find it, and then once in there, he's got probably 150 feet worth of woods in between him and the basket. He's going to have to come out this way. Yeah, if he's near that pipe, then he will have enough of an angle to be able to come out back to the main fairway.
Similar
as long as they're
mark.
marked.
We're in different ways. We're good to go.
So what about the one that just headed through or unmarked?
And as you mentioned, Dixon, we find
I looked at it.
and Nico Castro is standing down for a second. Nico Castro is throwing his approach shot, but we have Paul Macbeth and Ricky Wysocki, I'll say, jawing, for lack of a better term, jawing at one another as to when and if both Ricky Wysocki's and Devin Owens' discs were previously marked, or if they were marked since Paul had made mention of it in the last few holes. And Dixon, as Ricky, will let Ricky throw his second shot. Actually, it's going to be both Ricky and Nico. And then we can get into a little bit more in-depth discussion regarding uniquely marking your disc and what that would actually mean in terms of penalties versus possible warnings. And Nico's successfully managed to get himself into the fairway and now approached to within a few feet. And again, the discussion will continue. I would go ahead and say for at least a few more holes, there will be a conversation about this. So certainly something Paul is questioning here, as Ricky and both him and Devin, he was concerned that when they couldn't identify their disc back on hole 9, as Dixon mentioned earlier, he was uncertain if there was any unique markings on their disc whatsoever. And both of them have stated that there are, but Devin did make a unique remark in that I thought he just said a moment ago that the only disc that he doesn't have marked is the one he just threw, meaning the tee shot. So I'll admit I'm a little bit confused as to the conversation that's taking place, but we'll do our best to get to the bottom of it.
So the disagreement seems to be Devin and Ricky both say that they had marks on their disc. They were just faint. That's why they had a hard time seeing him, and so they wrote over the marks. But Devin did say when they were discussing with the marshal, the only disc I have that's unmarked is the one I just threw. So I don't know. I mean, Paul did catch on to that, but he doesn't seem to be pressing that issue. Ricky seemed to be taking offense to the idea that it wasn't marked, that that's why they had to look close at it. And Ricky said the penalty, the first time you throw a disc that is not uniquely marked, is a warning, and then each subsequent throw is a penalty throw. So there would be nothing, even if Devin's disc right now is unmarked. It's just a warning, but I didn't hear an official warning given.
This may all just pass as we move on with the rest of the round, but the dynamic of it, so to speak, will linger and remain, as the conversation is a very awkward one at that. We're through 11 holes. We are getting ready to move over to the hole number 12 in just a moment. Stay tuned. You're watching live disc golf right here on SmashBoxxTV.
I do a shot every dead straight and take off where it goes.
Flashlight LED disc golf discs just changed the game. The unique Disco Select feature allows everyone to choose their own color by simply pressing the middle button, then pressing it again during the first rotation of colors when the one you want appears. Or you can leave it in disco mode, rotating through the 6 different colors for the duration of your game. Designed by serious professionals, crafted from Night Eye's unrivaled sure grip material, and featuring Night Eye's patented fiber optics array, these discs strike the perfect balance of durability, stability, performance, and just plain awesomeness. With easily replaceable batteries and an uber-long life, the Flash Flight driver, mid-range, and putter will shine as they blaze your path to victory, day or night. Night Eyes. Discover your solution.
This is a blind shot for our competitors. We don't have too many of those on this course. However, they will be throwing out and over this slight hillside down into a lower area, and I believe there's a slight turnover to this for a righty backhander. Ricky Wysocki is warming up, and he'll be ready to throw his compass very soon. And Wysocki's drive is up, turning over nicely, and then he catches a late tree branch that looked like it was dialing it in from our vantage point, at least.
It's probably still going to have a putt off of that, but that was ace run before it hit that last branch.
This is Macbeth on the tee with his T-Bird 3 with a McPro AVR stamp.
Actually, he was ace running, and that Heiser out there at the end, he's going to have a putt as well. The difficulty on this hole is there's a right side OB running the entire way. If you turn anything over too much, it's asking to come over their OB.
And Devin's going wide lefty hyzer. And we'll have to wait for that to come down, as we cannot see from the tee area. He gets a nice gallery clap. We'd like to congratulate Courtney McCoy on her ace on hole number 16 over at Jones East. Again, Courtney McCoy with the ace on hole 16. And Nico's girlfriend, Jessica Weiss, asking for it to flip on them. Looks like Nico's hyzered out a little more than he was hoping for. Now let's talk a little bit about the heat. Of course, you said it could be the story of the day. We're watching an additional birdie bag. We're watching people drying their hands, maybe even resetting once or twice. You'll even see the occasional sweat come down from the eyebrow as these players are trying to maintain their focus. This week is really a testament of both physical and mental, and dealing with some very grueling conditions.
Well, yeah, right now the heat index is 108. And then tomorrow there's an 80% chance of thunderstorms with a high of 82 degrees. So not only are they going to have to maintain this high level today, it's going to be completely different. Not only is it going to be rainy instead of sunny, but the wind is going to shift, whereas our south wind today is going to turn into a north wind tomorrow. So even if somebody totally dialed in these courses in practice, it's going to be directly opposite tomorrow. We're going to see who can handle that change the best.
And as we're moving down the fairway, I hear Paul Macbeth discussing the situation in terms of the mark disc. We're not certain that he's happy with the decision, in fact, that was come about on the previous tee area. And Nico expressing some frustration there after his putt did not draw any metal. Again, we're looking at Ricky Wysocki with a 6 and 7 stroke lead respectively over LeCastro and Macbeth. Devin Owens falling off the pace slightly, sitting at 21 under par. Macbeth has an opportunity to pick up a birdie here. He has gone past the basket, and he's at roughly 30 feet as he's putting downhill at the basket. Doesn't have any danger here. However, he just hopes that the wind is consistent enough for him throughout the flight of this disc. And talk about a ringer that hits very little chain and then finds itself ringing around the bottom of the basket. Wysocki has an opportunity to answer here with a putt inside of 30 feet. And if Rick was frustrated in any capacity from the marking disc conversation, it seems as if he's calmed himself. Of course, we'd like to thank Night Eyes for our replays throughout this entire week. Dave Weisblum and the rest of the crew at Night Eyes, very supportive of disc golf. A birdie by Devin Owens, and Nico is going to be left with a little bit of a tester. We've seen his demeanor change in the last few holes. He was certainly started out very strong here today. However, he's frustrated with his miss here on the birdie opportunity. We'll give him a minute or two to collect his thoughts. And Nico maintaining his composure here after the frustrated missed par putt. He's going to tap in. And again, he maintains composure. Nico's going to collect his thoughts. We're going to move on to the back third of the course. Stay tuned because you're watching live disc golf right here on SmashBoxxTV of the Professional World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs.
If you lost the call, but we're live. Welcome back out here to Jones East. We are walking down 17's fairway with our Female Pro Open leader card. We've just seen some pretty good drives on this hole considering the wind. We've got a pretty stiff, slight right to left tailwind right now. This hole 17 measures in at 405 feet, but it is slightly downhill. With the tailwind helping today, most of these competitors could probably reach with a mid-range if they wanted to, but we saw several of them go with fairway drivers or even an overstable distance driver just to make sure that they have the distance covered and to fight the wind a little bit better. Closest to the pin looks like it'll probably be Paige Pierce, depending on the skip that her convict got when it got near the basket. She threw a really great line that had a little bit of turn on it. Not sure exactly where it ended up. Katrina's drive looked great out of the box, but hit the last tree that really stretches out over the fairway. So she's going to have about 100 feet. It looks like she's just going to be laying up right now. And Katrina just puts it underneath the basket, doesn't take any unnecessary risks. Sarah Helcom just pitches up as well, but she gets a nasty roll, maybe to 15 feet or so. She's still going to have a little work to do.
.371 feet here on hole number 13. This par 3 certainly has plenty of room for danger if there was an errant shot. We saw that during the glass blown open. You're really throwing from OB or around OB the entire time.
Oh, that needs to move. That needs to move left. There it goes. Oh, that's perfect spot. The difficult part about this shot is that if you land right of the fairway, that's the ball golf rough, so it's thicker than most. So Devin just playing this one safe. Lefty flick to the middle. He'll take his 3 and move on. Yeah, Paul actually took this a lot wider than people generally do. Not only is it a tough landing zone, you have a left to right headwind, and neither one of those things is encouraging a disc to hyzer with any sort of power. The way that the error to make on this hole is the one that Nico just made of just being left. He'll still have about a 50-footer. If not, he'll take his 3 and he'll move on. Paul landed, it looked like a foot left of the sidewalk, and that's really about the one flat spot that's good to land. If he had landed a foot to the right of the sidewalk, he probably wouldn't have made it back in bounds. And then you have to re-tee. If you think back to the Glassbone Open this year with Cam Todd, really the shot that I think won him the tournament. He threw OB, thought it was in bounds the whole way. He got up there and realized he was out of bounds, calmly walked back to the tee box, and then parked his second shot, and then went on to win by a stroke. So it was a hugely important shot very late in the final round that he was able to execute out here. Devin with probably 120 feet should be a little standstill shot for him. And Devin is up and in for his 3, well, laid up for his 3. Nico's going to have 50 or 60 feet. Paul is inside of 20, maybe inside of 10. And Ricky is somewhere in between Nico and Paul as far as distance goes. And Nico is really reeling. He's given up strokes to the card on the last 3 holes. Looks like he's going to do it again unless he can come up with some heroics on this putt. Up and in, off to the right. It wasn't exactly a death putt because there's about 20 feet worth of space. Ricky now from just a couple of steps inside of Nico. I'd put him right about 40. The danger on this putt is if you run hard, there is OB looming right behind. And Ricky doing Ricky things. I can remember years ago playing rounds with Jay Redding with the Yeti, and I would park a hole and he'd be 50 feet out, and I would think, all right, sweet, I got a stroke on him. And then he would just bang his putt and break my heart every time. Paul now, thinking he might gain a stroke on everybody, sees Ricky bury one from 40. So the interesting thing about this marked disc thing for Paul, I mean, he's still a little bit hot about it. To him, it's simply a question of integrity. He was upset that nobody mentioned it, that none of the players did anything about it. And he said, yesterday when I saw that I misplayed something, I reported it. So for him, it's not so much a matter that they didn't have their disc marked. It's that he thinks that they were covering it up. Now, I think Ricky and Devin would disagree, saying that it was marked, Paul just didn't see. And that seems to be that's where we're going to be stuck on this discussion, because Paul never looked at that disc before anybody marked anything.
Welcome back to the Jones East Disc Golf Course. We are on hole 18 here with our professional open lead card. We have had quite a battle back and forth with rounds that look a little bit different from one another. Katrina's start was pretty even. She had a bogey and a birdie early, and then had a bunch of pars. Where Paige had several birdies, but a lot of bogeys along the way as well. Entering hole 16, after 15 holes of competition today, Katrina had a one throw lead over Paige Pierce. They were sitting at 7 under par and 6 under par respectively. They both took threes on hole 16, and Paige converted the birdie that we saw her beautiful convict drive on. She converted that birdie on 17, so we now stand tied on the 18th fairway. both Katrina and Paige at 7 under par. Valerie's just waiting for the green to clear off before she throws her approach to the green. Valerie opts for the conservative play. She just lays up to the left side with an AVR. She's going to have a really, really straight look at this basket with a putter from there. Looks like Sarah's and Katrina's drives were both in very, very good position. Paige's drive turned over out of her hand and just got held over by the wind, so she's going to have another long turnover into the screen. Hole 18 measures at 535 feet, so in the way of par 4s, it's not the longest par 4 or anywhere close, really. However, getting into the landing zone that you want to be in is vitally important to your success on this hole. If you find yourself stymied on the right side in the trees, it can be a really difficult upshot just to get back in bounds. You might not be able to see the parking lot, but in just a minute you'll see the parking lot that these ladies are going to throw over. That is out of bounds. Paige opts for the conservative play as well and just throws a jump putt out to the front of the landing zone. Sarah's drive was picture perfect out of her hand and has put her in a really good position to attack this green with her forehand. Sarah throws a turnover forehand drive that flexes back to the right. Looks like she's come up just a little bit short, but that's definitely going to be inside the circle, probably looking at about 20 feet. That was a really, really good shot into this headwind. Valerie's taken an AVR over the parking lot, and she's done a beautiful shot to what looks like about 10 feet from the basket. Really, really smooth out of her hand. Didn't get batted around by the wind or anything. Just really, really smooth, straight flight. Paige is throwing a turnover PA1 here. She's let it go a little late, and it's hit some branches down on the right side. And we're finally back at Katrina's drive, which is a great drive on this hole. She's lining up a forehand into the green. She's looking for a skip off the parking lot, which she gets. And she's about 5 feet from the basket. What a great shot by Katrina to put together two nice shots here, hopefully to card a birdie 3 to end this third round here at the Professional Disc Golf World Championships. We're now crossing the out-of-bounds parking lot, and we're going to find Paige Pierce's third shot to see if she's got a putt at this basket. If she does, it's most likely going to be an obstructed putt, but she might have a look. And we've found Paige's putter. She's got about 70 feet. And Paige, with not much to work with from about 70, just throws an Anheuser putt to within 5 feet of the basket. Looks like she's going to be taking a 5 on this closing par 4, hole 18. And Sarah's putt is just low from about 20. She's going to have a tap in for a par 4. She's clearly not pleased with that effort. And Valerie puts her putt in from about 12 feet to get her par 4. Katrina has a drop in birdie 3. That was a great drive and a great forehand up shot. And Paige is going to put in for her 5. That's going to be a bogey on the closing hole. So it looks like Katrina is going to take a 2-throw lead into tomorrow's 4th round here at the World Championships. We're going to go to a brief word from our sponsors while the ladies add up their scores, and we'll be back in just a moment to finish out our round here from Jones East Park.
Ask every top-level player if putting practice is important, and you will get a unanimous yes. Introducing the Recruit Basket by Dynamic Discs. This basket is tournament quality at a practice price. It can be put together or taken down in about 2 minutes and comes with all the necessary hardware and tools. The Recruit Basket has 13 inner and 13 outer strands of zinc-coated chains. The rest of the basket is electrophoresced first and then powder-coated for protection from the natural elements. Weighing in at just over 50 pounds, it's very sturdy, but with the built-in wheel on the base, it's very easy to move. The Recruit Basket is easy to carry in a car's trunk because the pole is made of 2 parts. It also comes with an in-ground sleeve for a more permanent and secure installation. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job. Go in. Oh.
For me, it's all about the exercise.
For me, it fits into my busy lifestyle.
For me, it's my passion.
For us, it doesn't cost much to play.
For me, it's fun.
Jones East course. I have with me right now Courtney McCoy, and something special happened to you today, Courtney. Why don't you tell us exactly what happened out on the course today?
Hole 15, I threw my End of the Champion Roadrunner, and it went straight in the basket and tried to knock it over.
Wow, did it knock it over?
No.
Oh, I mean, that would have been, I would have been impressed. Awesome. So did you take the down the middle route then?
Straight down the middle, around to the right of the tree.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. What a great ace to get as well.
What a great day.
Okay, so what did you shoot today then?
Shot a 61 today.
Okay, you feel pretty good about that today?
It was a pretty good round. Started off a little iffy, but I got it together in the end.
Right, in the scoring conditions today in the wind, I think that's going to be a pretty good score. That's going to hold up very well. And what's your plan for tomorrow? What do you want your round to look like tomorrow?
I want my round tomorrow to look consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a little up and down this time?
A little up and down. I just want to make wise shots. Making wise shots makes for a great round.
I totally agree with you. Excellent. Well, this has been Courtney McCoy from Sonoya, Georgia. She wrote a 1 down on her scorecard today. That's something that a lot of our competitors I know would like to do. We'll be back in just a moment, hopefully with an interview from one of our lead card competitors. You're watching SmashBoxx TV.
SmashBoxx would like to thank the following sponsors: Shop Tom, Sally West, Synergy Disc Golf, Chris Cobb, Paragon Disc Golf, Night Eyes, the Disc Golf Pro Tour, Discraft Discs, Dynamic Discs, and the PDGA.
Yeah. And a moment ago, we saw Ricky Wysocki. We thought we were going to move over to some interviews, and we'll be catching with Katrina Allen in just a few moments, who I believe has a 2-stroke advantage over Paige Pierce. But first, we're getting the tee shots here on hole number 14. And again, all the room in the world here for Devin Owens. He wants to keep it on the left side, but all the room in the world to the left. Nico LaCastro patting down his disc. And Nico utilizing all 3 minutes here of his 30 seconds on the tee. And as Nico throws his roller, let's check in with Robert McCall with our leader, Katrina Allen.
The Jones East course. I'm Robert McCall, and I've got Katrina Allen here with me today. Katrina is going to be our overnight leader in the Women's Pro Open division. She's taken a 2-stroke lead into this evening. Katrina, give us an idea what your round was like today.
Wasn't so bad. I mean, I think I only carded 1 bogey, but like we were just talking about, I putted not so well. I mean, I did make a few good ones, like one when I really needed it to save par on, what is that, 5 or 6 or something, 6. And then, you know, to save par on 17 or 16, sorry. But I just feel like I left a lot of strokes out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was interesting to look. I like looking at pdgalive.com so we can see y'all's scorecards. And yours and Paige's scorecards, yours was a little bit of gray and a little bit of green for a bogey and a birdie, and then just like white for a lot of pars. Yeah. And hers was a little more of a roller coaster round. Yeah. What do you want your round to look like tomorrow?
I love playing here. It's one of my favorite places to play because I love the par 4s. I can get the par 4s. There's a lot of good 2s, and you have to earn them, and there's lots of trouble. So I feel like even though I didn't putt well, that's why I still scored well, is I stay in bounds. I don't think I went out of bounds today. And so I'd like to see just some more green, right? Is that
absolutely. Yeah, greens are greener birdies. We had one dark green on that ace, which was pretty cool to see from our fairway. Yeah, Courtney knocked it down.
It was Courtney.
Yeah, Courtney McCoy.
Okay.
Which was pretty cool as an awesome ace. Anyway, what in particular would you like to do differently tomorrow?
Maybe just put them closer so I don't have to putt.
Yeah, right.
I just feel like I got a little out of position on the par 4s, and then just like I said, just be a little bit closer tomorrow. Maybe it won't be as hot.
Yeah, absolutely, or windy. So you can just, here's your driver.
Yep, and just
That's your favorite putter. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being with us today, Katrina. We really appreciate it. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you back out on the course.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. All right, for all of us here at SmashBoxxTV out at the Jones East course, when I say all of us, I mean myself, Robert McCall, and Justin behind the camera making it happen. Thank you so much for spending time with us today and watching some live disc golf. You should do as I'm about to and head over to Emporia Country Club to catch the end of the Men's Pro Open leader card at the 2016 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships. We hope to see you in just a moment.
Had a couple of interesting plays here. Devin needs this to hyzer up. Short of that OB. I think he has just barely gone OB. I'm pretty sure that rock wall is the line. Nico threw what looked to be a great roller down the fairway, and as it was turning to curl, it got a push straight 90 degrees up the hill about 100 feet, and it was going right towards the OB line, and we thought, well, that stinks for Nico. However, he got far enough right to be on the alley that Macbeth was actually trying to hit. So he's in a perfect position. He's got about a 400-foot downhill, a relatively tight OB on the right shot, but definitely makeable for a player of his caliber. Oh, and he lets it out low, and he knows he missed an opportunity there. Ricky, interestingly enough, he was sitting on a similar distance shot, but he would have had to definitely hit a tunnel. And he just played out. He's playing this one for his 4. He's got about a 70-footer for birdie. But he just decided to not go for it. Paul now with a chance to have the only birdie 3 on this hole. I believe that's his McPro stamped destroyer. Oh, he got a lift. Can he fight through the branches? No, it knocks him down. He is right there by Ricky. He had plenty of steam on it at a good angle, but once it turned where the left side of the disc went up, that left to right wind got under and lifted it right into the tree. Devin, rather shockingly, going OB long here. I mean, this hole sets up fantastic for a lefty, especially with this wind. Not only does it set up great for a lefty, it is awful for a righty to try to manage this wind. And so Devin threw a good drive, put himself down there nice and far. Got a little bit of a skip and a roll to take away his angle a bit. But all he had to do was throw a big high hyzer, and he's got it out there flat. And once it got flat, the wind got on top of it and just would not let it come back. So he's going to take a circle for going out of bounds over the rock wall, and he's going to have probably 125 feet to try to get up and down to save his bogey 5. Nico now from about the same distance, and he goes to lay up around a tree. He kind of fluffs it up there, but it got to about 20. He should be able to save that for his par 4. Devin lays up to about 15. Ricky and Paul now really close, about 60 feet. Paul will go first, and Ricky will take a step in front of that, give it a try right after. comes the big gust. Should be a left to right wind. This actually feels like a headwind coming in now. Paul, I think he was expecting a little bit of lift because of the wind. Yeah, that's what he's saying to himself. A headwind should lift. He had it on line, but it just stalled out right at the end. And Ricky gives it a run. It was eyeballing the pole for a second, and then it caught Heiser. Ricky and Paul tap in fours. Nico a little bit of work, and Devin with about 15 feet for his bogey 5. So Nico's new putting stance here, Terry, you saying that's new this week, or new today?
Well, typically Nico has had a very consistent straddle, which almost looks as if it's a 50-50 stance. I have seen this stance in years past. However, for the most part, he's been a very straddling, coming right through the center of his body. And what I've noticed through yesterday's round and today's round, he's back to an off-center stance. I've seen that off-center stance, I think, back to 2010 Japan Open, for instance. Obviously being one of the most proficient putters in the game, we've seen a number of different stances throughout the years, and this week it's kind of the off-center putt. So the rest of the players Paul will be left to tap in. Thankfully, it looks like we are going to be clear on the next hole. We're going to have a brief walk over there. We'd like to thank Robert McCall and our women's division for their stellar play today and giving us some interviews afterwards. So we're going to stand down for a moment for a word from our sponsors. You're watching the 2016 PDGA Pro Worlds.
Hello, it's me, your pal, JC. I've heard your prayers for an improvement in your disc golf game. Well, JC here is going to go ahead and throw you a pretty big bone. I present the Traveler. It's an overstable driver by Full Turn Discs. Isn't it heavenly? It's the newest disc on the market. And you can take it from the highest authority that this is the disc. You're welcome. Jesus.
Hi, I'm Alex Geisinger, and you're watching live disc golf on SmashBoxxTV.
Real number? You lost all your discs? He lost both his putters. I lost both his putters. Started putting his drivers? 5 drivers.
And here we are on hole 15, 426-foot downhill, right to left wind. It plays as an island green between the fairway on the right and the sidewalk that forks at the bottom of the fairway. Ricky trying to play a skip here on the right, get some ground action. That'll be good. That'll be inside the circle. He was hoping for a lot more with a right to left wind, and the angle and the speed of that disc. Should have probably jumped a bit. So this was a different course rule that was on this one. This tee box is slightly downhill, but players were given the option to take a couple of steps back and tee off in the flat. Paul is doing that. And he goes with a big hyzer. He gets the wind push. That's ace running. Oh! And that is parked. Fantastic shot by Paul. And either the gallery wasn't paying attention or they're blind because there was hardly any clapping coming from down there. Nico needs some ground action, and he gets a skip off of the OB fairway. A little bit of jump and roll. He's probably about 50 deep and right. Devin now is going to have to take a completely different route, obviously, as the lefty. Going to have a low skipper underneath the canopy of the trees right by the sidewalk. And he goes right at the basket trying to get it to flip up. It does not. He needs that to sit down. And he'll be over there by Nico. They'll both have putts, about 50 feet probably. Definitely hittable for these guys. So this is kind of the last respite of this course. After hole 15, you get a chance at a birdie 2 right here. And then the gauntlet starts. We will walk into the briar patch. Hole 16 is the 300-plus foot absolute island hole. Hole 17 is the 850-foot par 5. And then, that's hole 17. And then hole 18 is going to be a 700-plus foot uphill dead headwind shot where your first shot you have to carry about 350 feet worth of water in order to get it inbounds. So basically whatever their scores are sitting at right now, they want to keep it as close as possible. At this point you're not thinking birdies, you're protecting against big numbers because these 3 holes to go can get lots of players. So as we are coming to the lies, nothing seems to be really out of the ordinary. Nico and Devin about 50 feet. Ricky right at circle's edge and Paul way inside of that. Actually, Paul skipped through a little bit. He's got maybe 20 or 25 feet coming back into the headwind. With a laser jump putt, we see Nico LeCastro cash in on the birdie 2 here. This is Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, rejoining after Dixon's been carrying the majority of the show here for the last hole or 2. And Dixon, we've just got a couple holes left to play here. And these guys want to finish strong moving into our round on Friday. This is Devin for birdie. And just off the front of the basket, another thing I'd like to address, which I'll pick up here after we see Ricky Waisaki's attempt from 28, maybe 30 feet. And he is in. I would like to go ahead and say some people have questioned if Nico LeCastro and I have a strained relationship throughout the years, as there's been some funny interactions. And I feel like Nico and I are friends and certainly respect each other as professionals. Sometimes I give him a little bit of a hard time. What I'm really surprised about is no one really calls him on his possible 30-second infractions. And after Paul putts, we'll talk about that a little further.
And a great putt by Macbeth. And what I was going to elaborate on is Nico is, of course, a very slow and methodical player. However, he very frequently exceeds the 30-second time frame that you're allowed to throw. And sometimes I may make mention of that, and I'm surprised competitors amongst the leader card, where Nico usually is, rarely, if ever, have I ever heard that called back. So we're going to stand down for a minute. We can pick that conversation back up in just a few moments. Stay tuned. You're watching live disc golf right here on SmashBoxxTV.
So every month, as you guys know, that we like to recognize an outstanding employee. So for the month of May, Employee of the Month is Dixon Jowers. Good job. All right, so for this month, like we usually do, we like to recognize somebody for outstanding service. So Employee of the Month for the month of June is Dixon Jowers. Congratulations, Dixon.
Thanks,
Good job. Good job. All right, everybody, we've come to the time of the meeting where we're going to give away our Employee of the Month award. So let's take a look. And for the third time in a row, it's Dixon Jowers. Congratulations, Dixon.
Bagger.
Well, so next on the agenda, we're going to talk about sales for next month. We have some new products coming out, and it's exciting news for everyone.
And welcome back to hole number 16, measuring in at 365 feet. This previously was known as the island hole and the finishing hole here at the Country Club. However, that was changed up a few years ago. We have Ricky Wysocki on the tee. And Wysocki going for the layup, and he gets the green flag.
Ricky's layup there is a very interesting play. We had many discussions after Glass Blown Open where Ricky was he was throwing last here on hole 16 during the Glass Blown Open, and everybody went OB in front of him, and he still went for the island. He ended up losing by a stroke, and we talked about for a long time, if he had laid up, perhaps he could have, that putt he hit on 18 to tie Paul for second, perhaps that putt could have been to tie Cam for first. So I wonder if Ricky has been thinking about since then on how he was going to play this hole in competition. Paul and Nico going with the layup shots as well. As I found out yesterday, I played that layup shot, and as that headwind coming in, everybody in our group was playing for it to lift, and none of us got a lift. Devin now looking to take strokes on the card. That's got plenty of steam. That needs to just sit down on top. Oh boy. That did not have enough steam. Skipped off the water, and he is on the upslope. He's going to have that putt for his birdie 2. It's about 35 feet from the water's edge there to the basket, but he is going to have an upslope stance in some squishy ground, as well as a headwind putt to deal with. So even though he has made the island, it is not a gimme 2. And that may be factoring in to some of the players' decisions to lay up, is that I know some people look at this hole as, well, if I go for the island, I'm either getting a 2 or a 4. But it doesn't quite break down that way always. That's a tough putt for the 2. Should have a pretty easy 3. But if you have to have that difficult of a shot to get the 3, and then everybody else can pitch out over here and then pitch up to get that 3, which just makes for some interesting dynamics. We'll see how everybody manages this shot, this layup zone. So Nico looks like he'll be going first. He's got about 150 to 175 feet. There is an overhanging branch that he has to go under or flick around. He looks like he's going with a high-speed disc here. Going back to his caddy to get some more chalk on his hand. Wind blowing dead in his face. And he gives that high-speed disc quite a spin and puts it to like 10 feet. Great creative shot there by Nico. Fantastic use of extra spin to get the disc to do what he wants it to do. Ricky now with a white harp, so that must be a different plastic from his knee. Up, and he is to 10 feet, maybe a little closer. Well played. Paul now, shortest distance of the 3. Straight on shot. I'm going to guess Nova's happening here. Well, he's got a couple of different options. Yeah, he puts the Nova down. I believe this is a Discmania putter. And he gives it a good float, and he is safe as well onto the island. So we've got 3 seemingly routine par 3s coming up here, with Devin with the lone chance for the 2. This hole almost becomes ungettable for the right-handed player with this sort of wind. As you have to carry 320 feet or so straight into that headwind, and then try to also land on a fast green. If you remember back to GBO 2 years ago, Ricky Wysocki threw the forehand shot, skipped off the top of the basket and shot out the back of the green. So Devin now taking his meter and then stepping in the water by accident. So now he's got a wet right foot, as well as about a 30-foot putt for the lone 2 on our island hole number 16 here at the Emporia Country Club. Oh, and he was right on line, but does not get the nose up enough. Probably protecting against that headwind lift that would come. Matching a headwind with an uphill putt is a great recipe for having a putt lift over the basket. So Devin taps in for his 3. Nico, Paul, and Ricky to do the same here shortly. Nico is in for his 3. And if Terry was here, he would say, of course, Ricky and Paul are going to make the 3, and then one of them would miss, so I'm just going to hold off. Ricky for his 3. And now Paul for his 3.
And as our lead card here is tapping out on this 16th hole, I'm rejoined. I think we opened the day like 12 or 16 hours ago with Jeremy Rusko. Jeremy, tell us how things have been going out there from your perspective today.
Well, things are moving really smooth. You know, the play is just phenomenal. These guys are just shooting some incredible golf. The wind is definitely a factor for today's rounds, and looks like we got a storm rolling in tonight, but we're hoping for, you know, great weather during the rounds tomorrow. And you know, I feel like we are having a great event, great World Championships, and I think the players are thinking the same.
Well, we know that the city of Emporia has embraced us and taken in all of the disc golfers, made us feel warm and welcome. Maybe it made us feel a little too warm, I think. But as you said, the wind has picked up here today. It's added a different dynamic to the course out here. We just watched the women finish up, thanks to Robert McCall over there at Jones East, who finished out with the women's round. And we see a two-stroke advantage by Katrina Allen over Paige Pierce. It sounds like a great battle is unfolding over there.
Yeah, again, I mean, we got four of the best women in the world that got multiple world titles amongst all of them, and you know, it's going to be a battle, and it very well will come down to the last hole here on Saturday, and you know, I'd love to see a playoff. It's definitely not out of the ordinary here at the Country Club. So
says the guy who's not working a camera.
yeah, I'm sure you guys are getting exhausted. This, I tell you what, thank you for working your butt off and being out here and dealing with the heat, and know that the clouds are coming tomorrow and 83 degrees for the high. It's going to be a much different dynamic with tomorrow's rounds.
Well, rarely do I get excited and say, oh, 83 sounds great and refreshing, but I think it's going to be the case tomorrow. Of course, again, we got to thank Robert. We have to thank Justin. Both guys stepped up in a clutch moment this morning, and they didn't even know what was going on. We were unsure of what was going on, but to try and serve all the disc golf community the best we could, we wanted to get as much coverage out there as possible today, and we hope that everyone could bear with us through maybe a minor misstep or two, but for the most part, we feel like things have gone pretty well.
Yeah, is this, do we got record numbers yet today, or what? Do we got anything on the viewership?
If not, we should. So that means you need to go like and share, buy a couple of the discs to help with the payout that Dynamic Disc has worked on this year. Make sure you go out and buy a couple of the Champions discs to continue to support all of the efforts that Dynamic Disc and the PDGA and the City of Emporia have put forth along with SmashBoxxTV. So Jeremy, we're going to stand down for a few moments. There's a couple cards stacked on hole number 17. I'm sure we're going to catch up with one of them and then be able to bring in the final few holes. But first, we're going to listen to a few words from our sponsors, and we want to again thank you for allowing us to be here and for putting on the show that you guys are putting on as well.
Hey Terry, Smashbox crew, and all the viewers, thank you for tuning in to the 2016 Professional Disc Golf Association World Championships.
All right, Jeremy Rusko says it himself. We'll be back with you in a few moments after a word from our sponsors when we see you on hole number 17.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job. Go in. Oh.
For me, it's all about the exercise.
For me, it fits into my busy lifestyle.
For me, it's my passion.
For us, it doesn't cost much to play.
For me, it's fun.
Well, tonight we are continuing our welcome wagon for the World Professional Disc Golf Championships in Emporia. We have community members downtown chalking sidewalks, kind of all over, focusing on the 800 and 900 blocks. This morning we had 2 daycare centers come down and make their mark on sidewalks and welcome the disc golfers in their own special way. You know, our community supports disc golf through and through, and it's one activity that Emporia is known for, and it's kind of that one of those unique activities that we're known for. And our community likes to go out and they like to watch the event. They like to come down for the block party. So this is just another element to get them involved and kind of roll out the red carpet for those visitors that are coming to our community.
And welcome back as we are here on hole number 17, the par 5, 850-foot hole. People are just looking to get off this course. This has been a long, challenging day, and we've got this very challenging par 5 and then a par 4 to finish, Dixon.
Yeah, the finish we were talking about earlier is just absolute. It just destroys your round out here if you don't finish these last 3 holes strong. The one solace that's happening right now on this hole is that wind that's been killing them on the last several holes. This is the first wind where it's really helping. This is going the same direction as hole 15, but this one they can just unleash. They don't have to try to throw it high and ride the wind and land in a certain spot. We just witnessed Drew Gibson and Eagle McMahon throw hyzers. I almost don't want to call it a hyzer because I can throw a hyzer. These things were monstrous. Cam Todd threw a great shot down the middle, and I bet Eagle and Drew are 150 feet past him, and they threw it, swinging it out 200 feet to the right of where Cam's was. But they got it up high. They had a perfect wind to sail it over, and they might even, I can't tell exactly where they're at. I mean, it's possible. I threw that shot the other day and ended right on the trunk of a tree. So if they have an open footing from there, it's entirely possible that the two of them could go for this green and get the extremely rare Eagle 3-putt. It's so rare because you have to throw a first shot like the ones they threw. So it's going to be real interesting to see how they finish that. But then also Ricky and Paul and our lead card here with Nico and Devin, how they're going to handle this and see if I know they don't have that sort of raw power that those two guys have, although Paul and Ricky could definitely get it down there. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this. This hole is so much about placement on your drive. You can be inbounds and have a really awful angle, and it almost takes away even the birdie unless you can have a really good recovery shot. So as the group in front is clearing out, our guys are really starting to figure this out. Ricky and Nico are down the fairway, checking out the angles that Drew and Eagle just threw on. But when you have that kind of distance on a course like this, it almost makes it a different game. And I was speaking to Drew right before he threw, and he had the last couple of holes he performed poorly. So he's steaming right now, so I'm sure that added an extra 20 or 30 feet to his shot. But as bad as he played the last couple of holes, he said, well, if I can go 4 here and a 3 on 18, that'll be a good round. So see if he can get his head screwed back on straight there.
Well, and that speaks a little bit, Dixon, to the level of expectation that these players are out here competing with. Of course, we're on the leader card and the second card, commonly referred to as the chase card, with just 2 holes left to play during this round. And the competitors will get an opportunity to seek a little revenge here at the Country Club. We're going to be back out here tomorrow. They're going to be playing their 4th competitive round of the World Championships, their 2nd here at the Country Club. Many of these players were here a few months ago for the Glass Blown Open, along with more than 700 amateurs as well. But there were many of them were here, so they have seen a look at this. I haven't seen any real noticeable changes since the Glass Blown Open, maybe a tweak here and there, but otherwise it's been relatively negligible, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, out here at the Country Club, there's only one real change, and it's on this hole. If you go up the left side fairway here, there is a point where there is a tree line that starts. During the Glass Blown Open, that was free. You could manage that however you wanted. However, during Worlds here, we have placed a mando on that first tree in the tree line, a mandatory right. Nobody lays up to take that shot, but there was a couple of times during the tournament where a drive had a bad kick or something, and so people were then trying to cut the corner, and that was causing huge delays. So in an effort to try to speed this up a little bit, that's the one change that's made to the course. As I was looking down at that mando, I saw a hyzer fly to the sky there from Drew Gibson. His whole group was looking and waiting, and then I heard a cheer, and I saw Drew wave. So I'm going to assume that was a good shot, possibly even a putt at a 3, which would be more amazing than any eagle that's already happened on Jones East. Any 2 out at that course is not as impressive as a 3 on this hole.
And of course, again, we need to thank all of the amazing supporters and sponsors, including ValueNet Fiber, who's been out here at the country club. They've helped provide our live podcast studio here. And we'd like to also thank the country club itself for not only allowing disc golfers to come here, but have a permanent residence here on this course. Eric McCabe came over for the podcast last night, and I said, will it take you long to get there, knowing that there's not too many long commutes here in Emporia? And he said, no, I'm just about 4 houses down. So when someone talks about being a home course, I guess that's taken quite literally there for Eric McCabe. Tonight, we'll see you at 9 p.m. for our SmashBoxxTV podcast. The last 2 evenings we have been at 8 p.m. Central. Tonight we're going to push it back to 9 p.m. I believe there's going to be a PDGA Awards banquet and dinner taking place. That's where we commonly see things like the Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year Award, PDGA Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Those are all some of the things that will be taking place. Typically there is a dinner that is optional for players to participate in prior to that award ceremony. So we'll see some of that taking place down at the Granada Theater. And then at some point tonight, I will find a podcast location that is not the country club, and it'll probably be downtown. So we may get an extra guest or two to stop in. We've been very happy to provide those nightly shows. We call them recaps, in that we're talking about the day, not necessarily jam-packed with footage, but we are bringing in some of the best players in the world to have a little recap as to what's happened with them in the during the round or in the previous day or two.
So I wanted to, we never really got to have the discussion about the 30-second delay that you were talking about earlier. The problem as a player, I mean, we can feel when it's been more than that, but the player's not going to call somebody for 35 seconds. 37 seconds, and if that's something that as a competitor that I'm focusing on, that's keeping me from my shot. However, I mean, it is in the rules. It is something that we're supposed to call, and that's if I'm constantly allowing somebody on my card to take 40, 45 seconds, that's an advantage to that person. It's a disadvantage to somebody on another card. So it does fall on me to do that, but it's just a difficult thing because you don't want to have to be thinking about that, because as we saw even with this discussion about marked discs, it puts some conflict into the group. It gets you thinking about other things. You know, I've had some interactions with some other players during these rounds that got me thinking about things for a hole or two, and I'm just trying to stay away from that sort of stuff so I can understand the no call.
And Ricky Wysocki is on the tee. He's ready to go here on hole 17, 850 feet, par 5. And Ricky able to go way out and around on that right-hand side. And what do you think of that shot, Dixon? As your hand is, as you're embracing your face with your hand, seems to be a good shot.
That's a facepalm shot. That, like, I don't believe I just saw that. I'm not playing the same game as that guy.
And just finding a crease in the trees on that right-hand side, we see Paul Macbeth getting the green flag. Also a huge crush here on hole 17. Nico also playing that right to left wind, hanging it out. And it comes back toward the center of the fairway, not the distance that we'll see from Wysocki or Macbeth, but huge throw out to the right.
Nico had the same angle, but he didn't get the lift that Paul and Ricky got. Not through any fault of his own. It's just the reality of playing in a gusty wind.
And Devin, of course, has to attack this very differently. I believe that was a striker. And that is heading toward the OB, and he gets the red flag. And Devin will find himself out of bounds. course, we'd like to thank you guys for all joining us right here on one of our many platforms, whether it's the SmashBoxxTV live link that you can find anytime we're live on YouTube. Also on our direct link where we set up a specific event. Our Facebook Live link can get you here, as we want to invite everyone to share and like if you're checking us out on Facebook. We also see a few Facebook Livers out here. Not sure if they're chasing Pokemon or just trying to get in on the action. And we're going to move down the fairway here on 17. Again, we find the Mando tree that you had just mentioned a few moments ago, Dixon, and then Devin also being out of bounds. So anytime that's the case, you go with what happened first. So even if he had missed the Mando, he would first have been out of bounds.
There was actually some discussion about this yesterday. Ken Climo managed to get just to the left side of this tree. This tree was made of Mando to help with the flow, and there was some marking uncertainties, basically. So it looks like Devin had passed the Mando tree, but he was out of bounds first. Basically, what they had determined yesterday on the discussion was, so if you,
I'm going to go ahead and say I think I'm officially baffled here.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to stand down for a moment, but Devin Owens, in fact, goes OB first and then misses the Mando tree. You play from what happened first, not ultimately what resulted. So I'm completely baffled by what just happened here.
I think he misplayed this hole, because I think he is, like you're saying, he should have played that OB first. But the interesting thing was the PDGA Marshal was right there.
Yeah, I think you and I are a little bit, one thing we haven't been accused of in the last few days is being short on words, and I'm just genuinely baffled. I'm going to have to see if we can get possibly Jason Alien from the PDGA. We'll also have to check the caddy book, as was a hot discussion topic yesterday, but I'm a little bit confused. I'm going to see if I can get a clarification. And not to put our PDGA Marshal on the spot here, but we're just looking for a little clarification here on the broadcast. Devin both went OB and missed the mandatory, is that correct?
The mandatory supersedes the OB line, so he missed the mandatory and had to go to the drop zone there.
Okay, and is that consistent with what is typically played, or is that a special situation for here?
That's always how it's played. The mandatory is scored through the air, so the disc was still in the air and did not cross. It crossed the plane there, so it supersedes it.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I may have been mistaken with my understanding in the past. And Jason is going to continue to clarify with Dixon as I move forward. We see a huge pull here by Nico Castro, and I have to just say, I have always been under the impression if you were to, and in a similar sense, if you were to throw, I don't even want to come up with all my various analogies. I'm just truly baffled by the call there. And Wysocki getting a safe call along with a very exuberant volunteer running up with the green flag. Of course, all of these amazing volunteers in the bright yellow, safety yellow shirts are out here volunteering for the week. I'd like to give them a huge tip of the hat and possibly a cold douse of water, as they've been out here working tirelessly throughout the weekend, throughout this week and into the weekend. And Macbeth looking to cut off a good portion of this hole up and around. I'd like to send a specific shout out to our good friend Dynamite Dana Vici, who is always so incredibly helpful with our podcast and frequently with the broadcast. We're missing you, Dana. We know that you are preparing for next week's event and that you've got other obligations at home, but we are missing you here at the World Championships. And in a similar light, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors and supporters. I think of Paragon Disc Golf, our scoreboard sponsor for the week, as well as Dave Wastebloom and Night Eyes, our replay sponsor, along with everyone else who has reached out to us to support us. If you're interested in still supporting us for the final few days, possibly help make up for a little bit of our additional coverage we're trying to provide to you here today, again, feel free. Contact myself, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, or possibly Johnny V over at SmashBox Studios. And we'll be able to find some type of arrangements that fits your needs for the last 2 days. I guarantee you there's going to be plenty of action and tens of thousands of eyeballs watching disc golf right here on SmashBoxxTV. And if we are walking up here, I had not seen a flag of any type originally waved. It looks like Macbeth is in fact OB. And Macbeth's shot from OB is out and around the tree. He's leaving himself within 15 or so feet of the basket. It looks like he still should be able to manage the par.
And I can confirm that Drew Gibson did get an Eagle 3 on this hole, which to me, that makes that the best hole of the men's group so far.
And Ricky Wysocki was ready to walk that one in. I thought we may have seen the Raptor Ricky legs come running up as he was dialed in. He was straight on the line, just short. Here's Devin Owens. And Devin just short.
That goes to show you how difficult this hole is. Ricky had an incredible drive, a great second shot, and then he still had to hit a 70-footer for the eagle, and he was unable to do it. That's how difficult this hole is.
And LeCastro has a solid jump putt from just outside circle's edge, maybe 35 or 38 feet. Paul will tap in with the penalty. And Nico also carding a 3, as you were just talking about moments ago, how impressive a 3 is on this hole. We see that by Nico LeCastro. We're going to stand down. We have a walk over to hole number 18 for our 54th hole of the World Championships, if I'm doing my math correctly. You're watching live disc golf right here on SmashBoxxTV and the Disc Golf World Championships.
friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job. Go in. Oh.
For me, it's all about the exercise.
For me, it fits into my busy lifestyle.
For me, it's my passion.
For us, it doesn't cost much to play.
For me, it's fun.
This is Bobby from Dynamic Disc, and I'm here to tell you about a product called Dymax. Dymax is a proprietary process we use to put the most detailed images on a disc. We can Dymax your tournament discs, or even send us your trophy discs. Send us an image and we'll Dymax it.
Can I Dymax my car?
Yeah, we can Dymax your car.
Can I Dymax my cat?
Yeah, we can Dymax your cat. Isn't he cute?
Can I Dymax my lunch?
Well, that's kind of weird, but yeah, we can Dymax your lunch. Go online today to order from our pre-made Dymax discs or send in your image so we can create your custom Dymax. Learn more at dynamicdisc.com/Dymax.
As we are here on the final hole of the round. Again, if my math serves me correctly, that's the 54th hole that we'll be at here of this World Championships. And have you learned anything new?
I've learned that Ricky is fantastic, and so is Paul, and so is Nico, and so is Devin. We were just talking about that. There are, like, Eric McCabe, former world champion, home courses, and he's 20 strokes back of where Ricky is right now. And he's a fantastic disc golfer. Fantastic. But they're just playing on a different level right now.
And Nico LaCastro is on the tee. Again, 858 feet, par 4, hole 18 to finish out the round. Can I give you that? Yeah. And that has panned out nicely to find himself right in the center of the fairway. And Ricky Wysocki thrilled with his shot here on hole 18. And in just a moment, I'll have an official word from Big Dog Sweeten of the PDGA to clarify the Mando conversation. Paul following suit here on the 18th hole. And Devin just clears the sidewalk as I'm checking out the Hole 18, sponsored in fact by Infinite Disc. We thank you guys for your sponsorship of both the course and of our broadcast here this week at the PDGA World Championships. As we move down the fairway here, Dixon, I wanted to get a clarification, or I should just essentially repeat a clarification. Big Dog Sweeten from the PDGA has messaged me and said, if you miss the Mando, it doesn't matter where the disc lands. Your next throw is from the drop zone. If short of the Mando, then it matters if you are OB or not. So that's his clarification. I think I'm going to need a few minutes to process exactly what this hole, how it's set up, and other situations that I've come across in the past. This may be a conversation for podcast sometime a little later on this evening. However, thank you for the clarification from Big Dog Sweeten of the PDGA.
Well, and we'd have to check. I mean, it doesn't matter in the grand schemes because it was different pools on different days. But I'm not exactly sure that that's how it was played yesterday for the B pool out here. But that's something to look into. I don't know all of the ins and outs. I know all of the TDs and I'm part of the staff here, but I'm not part of the staff running the tournament, so I'm not part of all of the discussions that happen. Such as I didn't know that we were doing double coverage today, so I was pretty happy to figure that out right when I got done with my round.
Surprise! Yeah, exactly. That's what we do here at Smashbox. We try to push the envelope and throw a few curveballs at you in the meantime.
That's right. It's like Calvin Johnson's running down the middle. You got to have double coverage out there.
And 4 very well-placed drives here. Does anyone have a huge advantage with finding them all within 50 to 60 feet of one another, or is Devin just being further back? Is he going to be at a significant disadvantage with this uphill slope?
Yeah, he's at a disadvantage just because of the distance. The other 3 competitors are about, like you said, 60 feet in front of Devin. But even then, they're going to have to throw some sort of uphill anti-flexing shot. The problem is that there's trees in between us and the basket that they have to get over. The second problem is that this green is sloped tremendously left to right. At the top of the slope is an out-of-bounds green. At the bottom of the slope is an out-of-bounds water area. So now the grass is thick. You don't really have to worry about skips or anything, but if you were to land on a hyzer angle, you could catch a roll all the way down to the bottom of that hill. And it's just not an easy green to putt on, even from 10 feet, because, the basket can be at your knees or above your head, even at, 10, 15 feet away. So Devin, he might have... The play for most people from here is to throw straight up the ball golf fairway and land just short of the ball golf green. That leaves a wide open, about 100, 120-foot shot down to the basket.
Well, and just a few months ago, we were here for a nail-biter as the Glassblown Open was concluding. We had Paul McBeth, we had Ricky Wysocki, both trying to chase down the veteran in Cam Todd, our 2001 PDGA World Champion. And Cam Todd was able to finish it off with a one-stroke margin of victory and not force it into a playoff, as I know a few of the others were looking for. And here we are today with these players in great position. We know that maybe if we fast forward not only just 24 hours till tomorrow, but then maybe even 48 hours from now, are we going to be seeing this as the final hole of the World Championships?
Before the week, I thought we were really going to have 4 or 5 guys super tight with each other going into the final round, but Ricky is just sprinted out in front, and he's going to have a couple of people chasing him behind. Now, if we remember, a couple of years ago, Ricky did have a big lead going towards the last couple of rounds of the World Championships, and Paul chased him down and took it away from him.
And Devin somehow filters through the tree branches. And Paul needing to get up and over the trees in his right side hyzer line may have lifted a little bit with the wind that he was fighting up against. As he says, there's not much more that he could really do with that shot. And Wysocki with a nice looking shot that's carrying left of the pin. Is he going to be short there, Dixon?
No, that was a fantastic shot. He's definitely putting. He might even be just straight parked.
And talk about control. Nico used all of 22 feet for a run up there and still planted his foot perfectly behind his mini and executed a great uphill shot. His focus and concentration there by Nico LaCastro. Dixon, we're also catching word that tomorrow's leader card is essentially set and that we're going to see Ricky Wysocki, Nico LaCastro, Paul McBeth, and the newcomer, Nate Sexton. He'll be joining us on the lead card tomorrow. Solid round there by Nate Sexton. Make sure you don't call him conservative because he will challenge you every time you say it, as much as we've learned throughout our broadcasts and podcasts. But it will be great to see Nate Sexton added to tomorrow's leader card right here at the Country Club. And very nicely done is a layup here by Devin Owens. And from at least 75, maybe even 90, 75, 80, 90 feet, a long ways out, Paul McBeth draws metal off the front of the rim. He's going to have to settle for a par 4 here on 18.
I was looking for Ricky's disc because Nico was about 15 long. I figured Ricky was longer than that. No, Ricky's at about 3 feet, 4 feet maybe for his tap-in birdie on 18.
And Nico LaCastro with excellent concentration as we were directly in his line. Managed to stay still. Wysocki will tap in, as will Owens and McBeth. They're going to move on to count up their scorecards in the clubhouse. And that's all we're going to have for you today. I know typically we come back at you with an interview. However, today, I think that's going to be it. It's been an amazing day out here. We, of course, have to thank all of our supporters and sponsors, including ValueNet Fiber, the PDGA, Dynamic Disc, and everyone else that was here for our broadcast. Huge shout out has to go out to Justin and Robert McCall for stepping up, helping out over at the Jones East course as we brought you women's coverage. I believe this is the most coverage we've ever brought to you in a single day, in a single single live stream, and we hope that you really enjoyed it. We'd like to go ahead and, of course, thank Dixon Jowers for joining me, and Johnny V back at the controls, Joe Height on camera, along with Gary to the O. So for Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, we're signing out after a long, exhausting day. We'll see you guys later tonight when you step inside the Smash Box.